Education sector strategic plan from the Ministry of Education.
The Chairman, Education Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, December 5th, 2019. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research on its consideration of the petitions regarding 1. Refusal of the Teacher Service Commission to promote teachers serving in Samburu County and its environs by Honorable Alois Laitoimaga. 2. Non-payment of hardship allowance to teachers in Taita Taveta County by Honorable Danson Mwashako, MP. And 3. Distribution of textbooks to public schools by Honorable Anthony Kiai, MP, on behalf of the Kenya Booksellers and Stationers Association. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Vincent Kemosi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, December 50, 2019. Reports of the Committee of Powers and Privileges on study fees to the following. 1. Parliament of Botswana from 6th to 10th May 2019. 2. Parliament of Uganda from August 11th to 18th, 2019. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Lance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, December 5th, 2019. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Lands on its consideration of petitions regarding the following. 1. Displacement of residents, loss of property and closure of schools in Toroni sublocation in Tharaka sub-county. 2. Alleged unlawful occupation of ancestral land by the Kenya Defence Forces School of Artillery, 78 Tank Battalion in Tigania East constituency. 3. Delay in allocation of land in Mwea settlement scheme to the legitimate beneficiaries by one Mr. Stephen Garenjuki. And finally, Honorable Speaker, invasion and eviction of the workers from their land in Roysambu constituency by the Kenya Defence Forces, workers of the former. I would like to take this again, Honorable Speaker. Invasion and eviction of workers from their land in Roysambu constituency by Kenya Defence Forces. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the papers.
Chair Budget. Request for statements, Honorable Jagagwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, just one second.
Thank you, Speaker.
1 second. Next order. Notices of motion.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Koyo.
Seeking the adjournment of this House.
No, you're not audible. Maybe you can use the next mic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As Honorable Speaker, I'm standing to give a notice of motion. I'm intending to raise a motion to adjourn the House to discuss the ravaging floods as a matter of urgency so that we can discuss and find ways of mitigating the disaster. Thank you.
You have the numbers?
Yeah, I have the numbers. We have the numbers. The rent.
Very well. I notice you have the numbers.
Thank you.
Honorable Koyo.
Thank you, sir.
Very well. Honor members. Sorry, member for Baringo, you are laughing so loudly I could hear that it is you. Now, Honorable Duale, you appear to be addressing a rally somewhere. A rally in Baringo, apparently. Very well, honorable members, given the business appearing on the order paper today, I will direct that, because I haven't seen the report. Is the chair of agriculture ready with the business appearing as order number 13? You are ready to move the bill? Very well. If we get to that order, and subject to not going beyond 6 p.m., at 6 p.m. then the member for Mohoroni will move the House to debate that issue, or such earlier time as the House may not have further business. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, members, the questions. There are some 3 questions, but just to remind members about the standing orders about sessions. But the first question is by the member for West Pokot, the Honorable Lillian Tomitom. Member not being present. The next question by the member for Tiati, Honorable William Kamket.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 530 of 2019 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances that led to the indefinite closure of Kapedo National Police Reservists Camp in Tiati constituency? 2, what urgent steps is the ministry taking to ensure that the camp is reopened and the police reservists recalled for enhancement of security in the area? Number 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the reservists have not been incorporated into the National Police Service and the measures in place for coordination and operations between the police and the reservists? Mr. Speaker, may I say one word? I understand the guidance you've given.
Say that you want to say one word, and then you chose to ask the question. So you are governed by the standing orders. So, but nevertheless, I will refer it to the Committee on Administration and National Security, but you are aware of the calendar. You are aware of the calendar of the House. No, there's nothing to say. I mean, we are not going to, there's nothing we can do about the calendar unless you move a motion. No, you know that request on what? You have asked the question. Sorry, Honorable Kamket. You know, you are used to, I don't know why it is you like this. How are you running in the county assembly? There were no rules. No, maybe. The next question by the nominated member, Cecily Mbarire. Member is absent. First question for the second time, member for West Pokot, the Honorable Lillian Tomitom. Member absent, not decided to be present. Question dropped. For the second time, question by the Honorable Cecily Mbarire. Deputy Majority Whip. Member absent, not desiring to be present. Question dropped. Request for Honour members, before we go to the request, those who are absenting, if you could take your seats. If you could take seats, I'm likely to take quite some little bit of time. The Honorable Angwenyi, if you could take a seat. Just sit somewhere. You can sit somewhere there for the time being. You're not supposed to run into the chamber. Honourable members, I have a number of communications. Honourable members, I wish to make the following communication regarding the status of delivery by the county assemblies to the speakers of the two houses of parliament, their decisions on the draft Punguza Mizigo, in brackets, Constitution Amendment Bill 2019. Honourable members, you will recall that on 28th February this year, the promoters of the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill delivered a draft bill to amend the Constitution by popular initiative, and signatures of persons in support of the initiative to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission for verification. Consequently, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 257, Clause 4 of the Constitution, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission IEBC submitted the draft bill to the 47 county assemblies for consideration after verification of the signatures in support of the initiative. Honourable members, Article 257, Clause 6 of the Constitution affords the respective county assemblies a period of 3 months after receipt of a draft bill to amend the Constitution by popular initiative, within which to approve the bill. Thereafter, the respective speakers of the county assemblies are required to communicate the resolutions of the resolution of the approval by the or disapproval of the respective assemblies by delivering a copy of the draft bill jointly to the speakers of the two houses of parliament, with a certificate indicating the decision of the resolution of the respective county assemblies. Honourable members, at the time the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill was submitted to the county assemblies, the Speaker of the Senate had noted several procedural difficulties that would potentially affect the process of the delivery of resolutions by the county assemblies to the two houses. This included delivery of the draft bill to the county assemblies on different dates, therefore occasioning different delivery timelines of the county assemblies, the failure by the county assemblies to communicate any resolution on the draft bill, and lack of definite timelines on the delivery of a resolution by the Speaker of a county assembly after its passage by the county assembly. Honourable members, in light of these procedural difficulties, the Speaker of the Senate agreed to jointly develop and issue standard guidelines for delivery by the county assemblies to the speakers of the two houses of parliament of a draft bill for the amendment of the Constitution by popular initiative to inform such a process. These guidelines have since been published in the Kenya Gazette as legal notice number 175 dated 18th November 2019. Honourable members, paragraphs 5 and 6 of the guidelines provides as follows, and I quote, paragraph 5. Upon the expiry of the period specified under Article 257, Clause 5 of the Constitution for the consideration of a draft bill by a county assembly, the speakers of the two houses of parliament shall, A, report to their respective houses of parliament, Roman 1, the county assemblies that have submitted the draft bill and the certificate approving the bill. 2, the county assemblies that have submitted the draft bill and the certificate rejecting the bill. 3, the county assemblies that did not submit the draft bill and the certificate. 4, whether or not the threshold required under Article 257, Clause 7 of the Constitution has been met. And 5, such other information as the speakers of the houses of parliament may consider necessary. And B, pursuant to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission and published by by notice in the Gazette the information specified under subparagraph A above. Clause 6. The speakers of the two houses of Parliament shall not receive any draft bill and certificate where the bill was considered by the County Assembly after the expiry of the period specified under Article 257, Clause 6 of the Constitution. Honourable members, in furtherance to the requirements of paragraph 5 of the said guidelines, the statistics of the submissions which have been formally delivered by the respective speakers of the county assemblies as at today, December 5, 2019, are as follows. A, 26 county assemblies have delivered the draft bill with a certificate indicating their respective decisions on the bill. B, out of the 26, 3 county assemblies, that is Machakos, Turkana, and Uasin Gishu, have approved the bill. Out of the same number, 23 county assemblies have rejected the draft bill. These are Kwale, Kilifi, Tana River, Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Isiolo, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Kitui, Makueni, Nyeri, Muranga, Samburu, Trans Nzoia, Nandi, Laikipia, Narok, Kajiado, Kericho, Bomet, Bungoma, and Busia. Honourable members, a simple calculation reveals that 21 other county assemblies are yet to deliver the draft bill to the speakers of the Houses of Parliament with a certificate indicating either the approval or rejection of the bill. These are the county assemblies of Mombasa, Lamu, Taita Taveta, Garissa, Embu, Nyandarua, Kirinyaga, Kiambu, West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Nakuru, Kakamega, Vihiga, Siaya, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori, Kisii, Nyamira, and Nairobi. The Speaker of the Senate, Adai, did publish this information in the Kenya Gazette as Gazette Notice number 11013, dated 22nd November 2019, for the information of the general public. Honourable members, as I indicated earlier, one of the key procedural difficulties that the speakers jointly identified was the delivery of the draft bill to the county assemblies on varying dates and the lack of a definite timeline within which the county assemblies were to submit their resolutions to the speakers of the two houses of Parliament. The other procedural gap is that the Constitution does not obligate the county assemblies which have rejected such a draft bill to file any return to the speakers of the Houses of Parliament. Further, each county assembly, having considered the draft bill within the required 3 months, there seems to be no express limitation on the period within which the speakers of the county assemblies ought to deliver the decisions to their respective county assemblies jointly to the speakers thereafter. Honourable members, correspondence received from the IEBC indicated that the first set of county assemblies to receive the draft bill on the 19th of July 2019, while Kajiado County Assembly received the draft bill last, having received it on 29th of July 2019, 10 days after the first set of county assemblies and received it. Consequently, the last date by which the Kajiado County Assembly ought to have made a resolution after its consideration of the draft bill pursuant to the provisions of Article 257(5) of the Constitution was therefore the 28th of October 2019. It would therefore be logically expected that by now, all county assemblies ought to have delivered a copy of the draft bill jointly to the speakers of the two houses of Parliament, with a certificate indicating their decision on the bill. Honourable members, From the statistics I have just read out, only 3 county assemblies have so far approved the draft bill, far below the threshold of 24 county assemblies required under Article 257, Clause 7 of the Constitution to cause introduction of the bill in Parliament. However, honourable members will note that with the number of county assemblies that have rejected the bill currently at 23, and the number of county assemblies yet to indicate their resolution on the bill currently standing at 21, a final determination by the speakers of the House of Parliament as to whether the threshold has been met would be premature. To the extent that Article 257, Clause 5 of the Constitution does not give a definite timeline within which the county assemblies must submit their decision on the draft bill, the 2 speakers of Parliament do not have any particular avenue of knowing whether the remaining 21 county assemblies consider the draft bill within the prescribed 3-month period and the nature of the resolution that they passed. The 2 speakers can only rely on and verify information formally transmitted to them by the county assemblies. Until and unless the remaining 21 county assemblies indicate their respective decisions on the draft bill, the hands of the 2 speakers remain tied with respect to the rest of the process contemplated under subclauses 7 to 11 of Article 257 of the Constitution. For the time being, honourable members, the threshold required under Article 257, Clause 7 of the Constitution for introduction of the bill in Parliament has not been met. Honourable members, Article 257 of the Constitution was not crafted in vain. It is a provision which allows any citizen to originate a proposal to amend the Constitution and to garner popular support for the proposal with a view to having the proposal considered by Parliament upon gaining the support of the majority of county assemblies. Originating and steering such a process obviously involves a significant investment of personal time and resources. It is therefore a capricious turn of events for the promoters of the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill to be denied a definite endorsement or rejection of their proposal by the mere act of certain county assemblies either failing to discharge their constitutional mandate or failing to communicate their resolutions. Honourable members, it will therefore only be fair at this point in time to bring this information of the resolution of the county assemblies on the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill to the attention of its promoters, the general public, and the county assemblies that are yet to deliver their resolutions as required by the Constitution. In this regard, I hereby direct the clerk of the National Assembly to submit to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission and also publish the following information in at least 2 newspapers of national circulation. 1, the list of county assemblies that have submitted the draft bill and the certificate approving the bill jointly to the speakers of the Houses of Parliament. 2, the list of county assemblies that have submitted the draft bill and the certificate rejecting the bill jointly to the speakers of the Houses of Parliament. And 3, the list of county assemblies that have not yet submitted the draft bill and the certificate. As speakers of the House of Parliament, it is our hope that once this information is published, the remaining county assemblies will submit their respective returns to us in good time to enable us to make a conclusive, formal determination as to whether the threshold contemplated under Article 257, Clause 7 of the Constitution regarding introduction of the draft bill to Parliament has been ultimately met. The House is therefore accordingly informed as it breaks for the Christmas festivities. Honourable members, there is yet, let me take my seat to allow those members to make their way in. Please make your way in quickly. Make your way quickly into the chamber. The only reason I resumed the seat is to allow you to make your way in. Even the women members who have finalized their stay for the afternoon, who are going away, they do it quickly. The lady members, I can see, I'm just saying, people who are taking off. Honourable members, the next communication is regarding the consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2019. Honourable members, as you may recall, on 12th of November 2019, I conveyed to the House a message from the Senate regarding the passage of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2019. Following the first reading of the bill, I did undertake to pronounce my opinion with regard to the money bill effects of the said bill pursuant to the provision standing under 143(2), which provides as follows. Following first reading, the Speaker shall within reasonable time pronounce his or her opinion contemplated under Article 114, Clause 2 of the Constitution, close the quotes. In this regard, I have made a determination that the bill does not fall within the meaning of money bill and therefore may proceed for second reading in the same manner as a bill originating in the National Assembly as provided for under standing order 143, Clause 3. Honourable members, in accordance with the provisions of said standing order, therefore, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2019, now stands referred to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for consideration. I thank you. Honourable members, this other communication relates to reconciliation of a House resolution by the Committee on Implementation. Honourable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition by one Messrs. Bina R. Patel of Shri Sai Industries, P.O. Box 49796-00100, Nairobi. The petitioner contends that the reputation of MS Shri Sai Industries has suffered irreparable damage due to adverse recommendations contained in the report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Cooperatives on the crisis facing the sugar industry, which was adopted by the House in 2015 during the 11th Parliament. The petitioner notes that following the adverse findings and recommendations contained in the report, the company has been denied import license for the year 2019. Honourable members, the petitioner averts that Mrs. Shri Sai Industries has been undertaking lawful importation of sugar into the country since 2012, but was denied a trading license for the year 2019 on account that in item number 90, paragraph E, appearing on page 46 of its report, the committee listed the farm as one of the companies that had imported sugar into the country imported sugar into the country by the Kenya Revenue Authority in the period that had been allowed to import sugar into the country by the Kenya Revenue Authority in the period 2013-2014 without the requisite permit from Kenya Sugar Board. The company affirms further that during the 2013-2014 period, the company never imported sugar as claimed in the report. Following the adverse reports, Mr. Shri Sai Industries wrote to the Kenya Revenue Authority on 18th December 2018, seeking clarification on why the company was listed in the report. In its response dated 21st January 2019, KRA did confirm that it had reviewed its records and established that the petitioner's company had only imported sugar into the country in 2012 and 2016, but not during the period 2013-2014. Since the receipt of the petition, I have scrutinized the text of the report tabled and adopted by the House in 2015. I do confirm that paragraph 90 of the report mentions the petitioner's company as one of those that imported sugar without the requisite permit. I've also perused a letter from the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, dated 21st January 2019, that states that Mrs. Shri Sai Industries Limited, the petitioner, did not import sugar into the country in the period 2013-2014. Further, I have scrutinized the minutes of the committee and could not find evidence of the proprietors, Mrs. Shri Sai Industries Limited, having been invited to make submissions on the matter prior to being adversely mentioned for impropriety relating to importation of sugar into the country. Honourable members, as you may recall, on 30th of August 2018, I did communicate to this House a similar complaint by Messrs. Kenafric Limited, claiming that Sugar Directorate and delayed processing and issuance of an import permit since the company had been adversely mentioned in a report of the House. The company also lamented that it was not accorded an opportunity to be heard on the matter, even after formally requesting to appear before the committee. In addressing the concerns raised by Messrs. Kenafric Limited, I did refer the matter to the Committee on Implementation, which is currently seized of the implementation of the resolutions made from the report to act as an appellate forum for the petitioners to present their prayers. Indeed, the committee considered the matter and recommended that this House expurges the name of Messrs. Kenafric Limited from the list of companies adversely mentioned in the report on the crisis facing the sugar industry for alleged unlawful importation of sugar into the country. Honourable members, in the same breath, I refer this petition to the Committee on Implementation for consideration. Just as I have stated on the matter of Mrs. Kenafric, I also direct that in considering the petition, the Committee on Implementation shall confine itself to 1, only receiving submissions from the petitioner, Mrs. Sri Sai Industries Limited, on the resolution made by the House from the recommendations contained in paragraph 90, subparagraph E on page 46 of the report. 2, considering the submissions from the petitioner. 3, reporting its findings to the House. I also hasten to clarify that in the meantime, the implementation of the resolution on this matter will start suspended until such a time as the House makes a further resolution informed by the report of the Committee on Implementation. I now commit this petition to the Committee on Implementation with the knowledge that today, Thursday, 5th December 2019, the House will be proceeding on a long recess to resume on Tuesday, 11th of February 2020 for the 4th session. In this regard, I direct the committee to review the matter and table its report within 2 weeks upon commencement of the 4th session. The House is accordingly guided. Honourable members, let me resume seat to allow those ones to make their way if they are coming in. If you are coming in, please make your way quickly. Appears like those ones just want to stand there, is it? You can key in later, unless you are, oh, I see some who are keying in and walking out. You see those women, lady members? Yes, I've seen, yes, there's a gentleman also who has keyed in and walked out. Well, it's a way also of also representing the people. You see? That one has completed. That one has also finished representing the people. I hope this does not reflect badly on the 47. But I think, you know, it's a way of representing people also. Honourable members, this, as you are aware, at the rise of the sitting today, the House is scheduled to proceed on a long recess as per the calendar of the House in what marks the conclusion of the 3rd session of the National Assembly in the 12th Parliament. I sincerely wish to commend the House for the diligence and commitment to the business of the House in plenary throughout the session. During the session, a lot of key business was transacted and numerous decisions made. This information will be made available in the annual report of business of the Assembly, which is under preparation. Honourable members, as the session winds up and the House proceeds on recess, I wish to remind members of the fate of the various businesses that were before the House and the committees. Firstly, you are aware that Standing Order number 141, subsection 2, provides that a bill that has been published, read a first time, or in respect of which the second reading has not been concluded at the end of a session in which it was published shall not lapse. However, a bill not concluded at the end of 2 consecutive sessions shall lapse at the end of the second session. Secondly, with regard to petitions, as you are also aware, Article 37 of the Constitution provides that every person has the right, peacefully and unarmed, to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to public authorities. Additionally, Article 119 provides that, and I quote, every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation, close the quotes. Standing under 227, clause 2, reads, whenever a petition is committed to a departmental committee, the committee shall, in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading of the prayer, respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner or petitioners and laid on the table of the House, and no debate on or in relation to the report shall be allowed, but the Speaker may, in exceptional circumstances, allow comments or observations in relation to the petitions for not more than 20 minutes, close the quotes. Honourable members, for good reasons, the National Assembly, through the standing orders, imposes a 60-day limit within which a petition shall be responded to by way of a report tendered to the petitioner or petitioners and a copy laid on the table of the House. The letter and spirit of this standing order is not to encumber petitioners who painstakingly take their time and resources to approach their Parliament for recourse. I'm aware that a total of 70 petitions were received, with 23 already concluded, 46 are pending before the various committees, while 1 lapsed. Many other requests are currently being processed. Honourable members, conscious that the National Assembly should not be seen to punish the petitioners by requiring them to file their petitions afresh upon resumption of business in the 4th session, as they have no control over our parliamentary calendar, I direct that consideration of all pending petitions will resume at the stage at which they are as of today, so that the 60-day rule, which rule is meant merely for our internal order, only begins to apply again upon resumption of business in the next session. Lastly, on motions, questions, and statements, at the risk of appearing to state the obvious, these are traditionally sessional and will therefore lapse at the end of the current session. Finally, you will recall that on Tuesday, 3rd of December 2019, the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, the Honorable Adan Haji Ali, sought my leave to have the period for the inquiry into the matter of challenges affecting dairy farmers and decline of prices of milk and milk products in the country extended. The matter arose out of a request for a statement by the majority party deputy whip, the Honorable Cecil Mbarire. I have considered the request by the chair of the committee, and I hereby grant leave to the committee. In this regard, the period of 60 days will start running from 3rd of February 2020. Honourable members, having said that, and as is the tradition of Parliament, committees have until 13th of December 2019 to sum up their business that is pending before them, after which committee activities will stand suspended until the first week of February 2019. Therefore, no committee sittings shall be convened until Monday, 3rd of February 2020, unless special consideration is granted by my office upon written request. This is to allow you to spend valuable time with your families during the holiday season, and also to attend to your constituents. In addition, this will avail the officers and the staff of Parliament an opportunity to also take their annual leave and also begin preparations for the next session. Lastly, honourable members, it is my wish that when the House finally rises today, all of you will have a happy, safe, and restful festive season and a prosperous New Year 2020. I thank you, honourable members. Honourable Opio and I know. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I won't be addressing you on the issue, on the matter of the committee sittings, but I just want to, Mr. Speaker, I was listening keenly to your communication, and specifically on the matter of the company whose name I can't recall, that has petitioned Parliament for a review on its matter of sugar importation. Mr. Speaker, I was sitting on the Committee on Agriculture in the last Parliament, and I remember very vividly the question of sugar importation. It was a very, very weighty matter. Mr. Speaker, I'm also aware that a similar petition now concerning a company named Kenafric has been dealt with through the Committee on Implementation, and a decision arrived at. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to further seek a clarification from you, bearing in mind the mandate of the Committee on Implementation. Would it be in order, Mr. Speaker, without really trying to question your ruling, would it be in order for us, even though a precedent has been set already, for us to give the Committee on Implementation, whose leadership I've got the utmost respect for, the mandate to review decisions of other committees?
Honorable, can I come to your aid? So that, because I can see you are struggling to make some point. Let me just come to your aid. All reports of committees are still submitted to this House. It is within the power of this House even to rescind its own decisions, even if it is within the period of 6 months. Please, just familiarize yourself with the standing orders. It is within the power of the House. The report coming from whichever committee still has to be brought to this House. It is this House which has final authority. If somebody told me that you are taking some studies in some discipline that I could be familiar with. So sometimes it is within the power of a judge or judicial officer to review their own decisions, particularly to correct errors on the face of records. And if this House, if a report comes from any of its committees, that's why we set up this committee. If it comes and points out an error, it is perfectly within the authority of the House to review its own decision. And this is not the first time that has happened. The House, no, it's not. We are not in a low class. It's within the power of the House to review its own decision, for good reasons, which reasons must be recorded. Because again, the record of what the House, the reasons the House will have used to review its decision must be there for posterity. So there's no contradiction, Honorable Wandai. That's not, actually, what you are trying to suggest is that I should review that communication. It is well considered. It is within the procedural authority of the House. Remember, the House has placed a gag on itself that it may not revisit a matter on which it has already resolved before 6 months are over. But that gag, well-meaning as it is, if the House, for reasons to be recorded, finds it appropriate to rescind its decision, it is allowed. So there's nothing that is in conflict. Honorable Ndai, I hope that should settle that matter. Honorable Tiende Amolo, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I just rose in respect of your communication on the Punguza Mizigo and wanted to make 2 points. One, to commend you for giving guidance and clarity on the matter, and especially as a wake-up call to the very many county assemblies that use taxpayers' money to consider a matter and then they sit on their decision. I think that is very important because it is important to know that right now the matter is still pending because of default of communication by the speakers. But secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I commend you and the Speaker of the Senate for giving those guidelines because indeed it was a gap. But Mr. Speaker, I wanted to invite your further consideration of a very small matter. Obviously, we are going to get the benefit of the full text of your communication. But I heard you to say that upon expiry of the period here usually would be 90 days. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge you to consult again with the Speaker of the Senate and give a further consideration and a further communication on the question of whether if 24 counties have already given their decision and supposing it is in the affirmative, whether it is necessary to wait for the full 90 days and yet the threshold would have been met. Because that means waiting for a full 3 months when, for example, they could have made the decision within 7 days. I would wish to invite you to consider that when that threshold is made, then the next step can be considered without waiting for the full period. But otherwise, I commend you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you very much.
I think that's an important observation on that process. We'll look into it, Honorable Tienemo. Honorable John Olagwalwach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to seek your direction on a matter that may help to cool temperatures in this House, on a matter that to you may be very obvious and to a few of us, but not so obvious to many others also. Mr. Speaker, the three arms of government have ways and means of running their mandates in the best way possible. The legislature, through the Parliamentary Service Commission, may commission a study or a report on how best to run the parliamentary mortgage scheme or pension scheme or members' welfare. The judiciary, likewise, may commission a study on how best to run the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court. The executive, on their own, also have the right to commission a study on how best to serve the public. These are three different and independent arms of government. Mr. Speaker, recently there was a report commissioned by the executive, given the name BBI. Mr. Speaker, I think out of ignorance of some members of this House, it is assumed that this House should take initiative in that report to the extent that being a member of two committees of this House and being friends with other members who are not in my committees, committees are now asking for permission to hold retreats to discuss the BBI. Mr. Speaker, if we approach the recess, as we will, with all this not cleared, it is possible that temperatures are going to rise. I therefore want to ask you, Mr. Speaker, for you to give a direction on whether or not committees of this House have the mandate to discuss in their own the report on the Building Bridges Initiative. In my humble view, Mr. Speaker, that remains a report of the executive, and Parliament won't have anything to do with it until there are legislative proposals based on that report which come to your desk and then come to Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, I do know as a fact that there are members of this House who hold a different opinion from what I'm saying. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask you kindly to give a direction to members of this House as they go for recess on how best to handle the BBI report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Olagwaluoch, a senior lawyer in the country, you know that you have raised a very interesting issue. To the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, all that I have in my office is a Kenya Gazette notice dated 31st of May, 2018, which was actually signed on 24th of May, 2018. In it, a task force is appointed, and it is signed by the head of the public service. A task force is appointed and given some terms of reference. I would assume, of course, up to now, that matter remains where it is. Just like the Chief Justice could also set up a task force, as you rightly pointed out. And when they give a report, he could actually even invite us to go and witness him receiving the report. But but for all that we care, we'll just be celebrants. We will not be there to witness and perhaps celebrate if there's need to do so. And after that, we leave him to deal with his report or whatever business it may be. So for now, Parliament has not received any such report as happens normally and through the official channels. And therefore, it is not possible. And I've even instructed the clerk to try and look for it from official sources, including the government printer, which is the official place where one would expect to find any such reports. His efforts have not borne any fruits. And therefore, any report in the newspapers, in social media, and such like places, it remains just that. It is in those fora. So it is not a report which has walked into Parliament, because I think for the time being, as I said recently somewhere, it has not found feet and or leg with which to transmit it to Parliament. So any committee of the House that may be desirous of discussing, they will be doing it outside of the official functions sanctioned by Parliament. And I cannot sanction anything that has not been received here officially. So I think for the time being, let us just treat it as what it is, what has happened there, and as you said, there's no harm in any arm of government appointing task forces, or it's just like sending a benchmarking delegation to whatever part of the world, and then they come with a report. When they come, the Honorable Kemosi has just tabled a report on the benchmarking trips they made to the Republic of Botswana and the Republic of Uganda. It belongs to this House. It's a report of the Committee of Powers and Privileges. It belongs to this House. It doesn't even go to the other House. So you can see. So for it even to go to other arms of government, it will be completely out of order. So for the time being, honourable members, you are at liberty to read or indeed even search for it, but until such time as it has formally been submitted here, it is not part of us. Therefore, I think that is the clearest that I can be. So, and I'm not saying it, people should not read or even hunt for it wherever they could find it. It is okay. But until it formally is brought to Parliament, even if you get it, don't bring it to me. Because you are not the official channel. Don't bring it to me. It will be brought, people know how to officially communicate with the Parliament. So, but continue reading, studying it, and all that pertains to it. Yeah? So that's just, I think we just should let the matter rest there. Let it rest there. Now, Honorable Bandi, is it about to say?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your wise guidance and counseling. And actually, I want to confirm that I witnessed you saying the same things. In fact, I referred to this report as the report you were saying. But, Mr. Speaker, something small. You know, we are, and I'm now addressing you as the chairman of Parliamentary Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, we are required to prudently use any resources that are available, that's available to us. And so, Mr. Speaker, if there is any one committee that is purporting to organize a retreat somewhere, anywhere in this republic to discuss this report, should they use our resources as a country, or they are supposed to use their personal resources, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, this is very important because you cannot use public resources to go and engage yourself in an informal business. You are supposed to use resources that are voted for Parliament to carry out functions and work that is relevant to Parliament, and for which report would be tabled in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, if you have already made a ruling that that report cannot be presented to this House unless it comes formally, then if a committee of the House goes somewhere and discusses that report and utilizes the Parliament's budget, should we surcharge that committee, or what should we do, Mr. Speaker? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No committee has been, there's no committee which has been permitted to do that. But of course, you see, of course, honourable members, a committee may be sitting, a committee may perfectly be sitting to consider business that is lawfully before it, and then at the tail end there's something called A or B. So, but of course, if the AOB becomes part of the report that the committee will present to the House, it may find difficulties because it could be expunged. So I think we can deal with this. I wanted to give the leader majority opportunity to also give notice of a motion that he has just...
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, I think you have made the position of the legislature, of National Assembly, that until it is formally introduced, but outside the prison of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, when we are looking after our camels, in our regional caucuses, in our retreats, please let us continue reading it. Because the President said we must read. Make sure your house girl reads, your watchman reads, your anybody you meet in the streets must read. But in Parliament, the Speaker has made it. Those who are going to Naivasha, read, have a position. Those who are going to Kakamega have a position. Myself and Honorable Kaluma, we have our own caucus. We shall read and give our position. But, yeah, at our own expense, nobody will charge us. But the Speaker has made it very clear for Parliament. But the women caucus should read, whether they are called Tanga or whatever. Please read. And then when it comes to the House formally, then you have, by that time you have read and you can contribute. So the President, as the leader of Jubilee, and the Prime Minister, as the leader of ODM, said we must read. So that one is different from what the Speaker said. The Speaker said, within his powers, it has not been introduced. But in our caucuses, we have the document and we shall read.
No, okay, sorry, honourable members. Honourable, no, just a minute, for the convenience of the House. You know, many of you may not have looked at the order paper, and therefore you may think that this is a business. It isn't. we want to transact business, formal business. Leader majority, you have to give notice of a motion that is on the supplementary on the paper.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 175 and further to the resolution of the House of October 11, 2018, on the appointment of members to respective committees, this House approves the appointment of the Honorable Bernard Otieno Okoth, MP, to the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee.
Honourable members, next, sorry, there was I don't know whether members, if many of you had my earlier communication, are you still desirous of proceeding with the request for statement? Honorable Jagagwa, you can make your request, but
Honorable Speaker, I was very keenly listening to your communication that upon today's adjournment, the statement that will be asked today will lapse. So, Mr. Speaker, I need not act in futility. So based on that, and without wasting much time of this House, and with your kind permission, I seek that I withdraw my statement. If I find it and deem it necessary, Honorable Speaker, I can take it up in the fourth session. Thank you very much.
Very well. The request about the Honorable Dr. John Kanyudia, member for Tigani East, you still want to make your request?
Honorable Speaker, I think mine is a bit urgent because this is happening now.
You know, the problem is it, you know, you are saying it is a bit urgent. But
Okay.
haven't you looked at the standing orders? Yeah, you can make it is urgent, but the House has to go to recess when it rises.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, in the
So
event,
the most urgent could be 11th of, the earliest it could be responded to be 11th of February.
okay, in that
2020.
understanding, Honorable Speaker, I wish to make my statement in the next sitting.
But if you'd like, if you wanted to go on record, just for record,
Yes.
you know, you never know.
For record, Honorable Speaker, I would like to make this statement because there is
Okay,
a problem.
do it quickly because there's some other business that is.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations regarding recent killings of innocent members of public by Kenya Defense Forces in Isiolo County to the month of October and November 2019. Honorable Speaker, it is of concern that there have been outrageous killings of innocent people by personnel from the 78th Battalion of the KDF in Isiolo County in the recent past. 3 people have lost their lives being ran over by military vehicles, which are intentional and deliberate. Honorable Speaker, it is sad to note that in 2 separate incidences in Isiolo town, a KDF vehicle ran over 2 siblings, brother and sister, by the names Moses Kaberia Dhiangichu and Lucen Kiuna Dhiangichu, breaking their legs, and as if that was not enough, the vehicle was reversed to crush the hands of the sibling, killing them instantly. In another incident, a young university graduate named Joshua Krimi was ran over while riding a motorcycle registration number KMCV 857 by a KDF vehicle registration number 58KA63, which crossed over to a side of the road, killing him instantly, a matter which was reported to Isiolo Police Station via OB number 42 of 22nd of November 2019 at 11:20 hours. In both cases, the military vehicles were driven by one, Mr. Boniface Muturi, a case of impunity of the highest order. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations as follows. Could the Chairperson provide details of status of investigations on the killings of the citizens in Isiolo town by KDA personnel and whether any culprits have been arrested? What steps is the relevant ministry taking to ensure that KDA personnel in Isiolo do coexist and live in harmony as always been, and that further, that there is no more killings of our people. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that justice is done at the
Honourable members, please.
Justice
Please,
is done.
those members, the House still has some serious business that needs to be concluded.
Thank you, Speaker. I was
And you
repeating
need
the third point.
to go into committee of the whole House very soon.
The third question, Honorable Speaker, is what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that justice is done and immediate compensation for the families who lost their loved ones has been done through those heinous acts?
Okay, the committee, the fund to some committee. I think it's security and national security, administration and national security. They will deal with it. Defense. It is refined there. But you'll have to raise it when we resume. I mean, because we said it. Honorable Kosing, you wanted to respond to something.
Honorable Speaker.
How long is your statement?
Honorable Speaker, look at the mood of the House. And I've also inquired the member upon which the response was going to be made to is not present. I am seeking your permission to rescind my moving it until when the member is here in February. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is the member here?
It's not.
Honorable Ketel?
It's not.
You can just table the document on the table and that will be sufficient.
With your direction, Speaker, I table it.
Yes. Chair, National Government CDF.
Need a microphone. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I did promise to table a memo from the CDF board to the fund managers, and the statement is in regard to the appointment of members of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committees. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to issue a statement in regard to the appointment of members of the National Government Constituency Development Committees. Mr. Speaker, majority of the committees did have their members of the current Constituent Development Committees appointed between December 15th, 2017 and May 22, 2018, via Gazette notices 12015, dated December 5, 2017, and number 673, dated December 19, 2017. Gazette notice number 1718, dated 13 February 2018, and the 21st May 2018. In line with the provisions of Section 43, subsection 8 of the National Government Act 2015, as amended in 2016, the membership to the National Government CDF committees in the aforementioned Gazette notices shall be eligible for renewal or replacement with effect from December 5, that is today, up to May 22nd of 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, the process of renewal or replacement of membership to the said committees must therefore be commenced immediately in accordance with Section 43, subsections 1, 2, and 3 of the Act. In view of the foregoing, members are required to liaise with their Constituent Development Fund account managers to commence the process of fresh appointment or renewal of the members of the National Government Constituent Development Committees in their respective constituencies by first consulting selection panels in line with the National Government CDF Regulations 2016. So the Fund Board has since dispatched a circular to this effect to all constituency development account managers, and I hereby table the copy of it. Second statement, Mr. Speaker, is in regard to the disbursements of the money so far. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Section 6 and 34 of the National Government CDF Act, the National Government CDF Board determined the budget ceilings for each of the constituencies in this financial year 2019-2020, which was approved by the National Assembly on 17th of October 2019. Subsequent to the approval, the board issued a circular to constituencies communicating the approved budget ceilings for each constituency, and they requested the constituencies to submit project proposals by 31st October 2019. 280 constituencies project proposals have been received, while 10 constituencies project proposals are yet to be received. The relevant board committee has already approved 140 constituency project proposals. In addition, 85 have been analyzed and are being presented to the relevant board subcommittee today, that is the 5th December 2019, bringing a total of 225 constituencies project proposals. The board is working in liaison with the constituency development committees to clear the outstanding issues to facilitate approval of all submitted project proposals in the next board meeting scheduled for 11th December 2019. So, Mr. Speaker, a total of 41,749,800,000 was allocated to the fund in this financial year. To date, a total of 7,200,000,000 has been received from the National Treasury. Actually, 2 billion was received within the last 6 days. So out of the 7.2 billion, 5 billion has been disbursed to constituencies as summarized below. 1,160,000,000 was disbursed to all 290 constituencies, each received 4 million for the administration and the emergency expenses, that is 2 million each. And the second, 1,802,000,000 was disbursed to 98 constituencies whose proposals have been approved by the board, and they were given 18 million shillings per constituency. So you hear it is 98 constituencies have been given so far. And then the 2 billion and 41,770,000 was disbursed to pay outstanding balances for the previous financial years. So the National Assembly Select Committee will continue playing its facilitative role in pursuit of release of the remaining funds to make sure that everybody has some little money for the bursaries in January. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You know, I don't know whether if we are not careful, we may not be able to transact. We'll raise those ones, because those ones don't require compliance with Article 121. Let's deal with this. Honorable Ishongwa, Chair of Budget.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence to lay a paper a little bit late. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, December 5th, 2019. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the request by the National Treasury for approval of stoppage of transfer of funds to 15 county governments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Leader majority and standing order 44. 2.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statements on behalf of the House Business Committee following its meeting held on Tuesday, 3rd December 2019. Honorable Speaker, I wish to remind members that the House is scheduled to proceed on a long recess commencing tomorrow in accordance with the calendar of the House and the resolution of the House of March 26, 2019. In this regard, the House Business Committee has not scheduled any business for next week, including questions for reply by Cabinet Secretaries until we return from the long recess. Honorable Speaker, I would like to commend members for their diligent work in this third session of the Toll of Parliament. The session has been faced with many intricacies. Indeed, we saw an increase in the number of private members' bills totaling 50, unlike in the previous session. In addition, we had challenges in the passage of the Division of Revenue Bill and the approval of some persons to certain state offices. Despite these hiccups, the House and its committee were also able to consider and pass several crucial bills, such as the Division of Revenue Bill and other budget-related bills, the Petroleum Bill, the Energy Bill, the Data Protection Bill, the Statistics Amendment Bill, among others. In addition to the passage of several committee reports and motions on diverse matters, such as the privatization of Kenya Airways, the ratification of several international trade treaties and conventions, and the appointment of ambassadors, high commissioners, and members to various commissions and independent offices. We also marked some milestones, which included the transition of our standing orders into Kiswahili and the inaugural forum for committees. Upon resumption from the recess on Tuesday, February 11, 2020, inshallah, we will continue with any business that has not been concluded this year. It is my hope that the members will enjoy the recess period with their families and constituents and come back rejuvenated in the new year. I therefore wish everyone a happy holiday season and a prosperous 2020. Now I wish to lay, what is here? Oh. I now wish to lay the statement on the table of the House.
Honorable Meli, yes, Chair of Education, sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have three statements I wish to lay on the table of the House. Honorable Speaker, on 8th of October 2019, Honorable Anthony Tom Olwoch sought a statement from the Ministry of Education on the issue of closures of informal schools in the country. Honorable Speaker, with me here I have a statement from the Ministry, and I would request that because of the business, because of your direction, Honorable Speaker, that this statement I table before the House for Honorable Tom Olwoch. And I would like to say this about the statement, Honorable Speaker, that the statement is actually giving details.
You see, Honorable Meli,
yes.
You can see the way honorable members don't, they are finished. And my main worry is just table the statement so that we can.
Two, the second statement, Honorable Speaker, is a statement sought by Honorable Joshua Kandie, MP, Baringo Central, on the special needs funding of schools.
Table it as well.
I table, Mr. Speaker. The third statement, Honorable Speaker, is by Honorable Member for Kilifi Constituency, Honorable Ken Chonga, on the use of, on the injuries to students and teachers due to the use of xylene chemical compound. Honorable Speaker, this was a very important statement, and I wish...
no, just table it.
So I table it again. Thank you.
You see, you know the way members behave. Once a member has even asked a question, they start walking out. They thought they are finished. So...
I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next order. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, report on examination of the financial statements for the national government for the financial year 2016-2017. Question to be put.
Very well. Are you in the House? Honorable Shamala, are you in the chamber today? I know the Honorable Shamala to be a very diligent member, but to this afternoon, I think she is already in the Christmas mood. Honourable members, debate on this motion was concluded. And indeed, I want to commend the Public Accounts Committee for having done a commendable job. And what remains for the question to put, that this House adopts a report of the Public Accounts Committee on its examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government for the financial year 2016-2017, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 27th, 2019. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Just before we go to the next order, the Honorable Opio and I, the Chair of Public Accounts Committee, I am in receipt of your letter giving me your calendar of sittings. It is under active consideration. Therefore, you can see me or see the clerk later. I'm aware the Honorable Wandai, Chair of Public Accounts Committee, now wants to embark on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the national government for the year 2017-2018, which is, I think, the only remaining one. And this is a feat that has not been accomplished by any other predecessor committees of the public accounts. It's therefore something that I must commend the members of that committee. We move to the next order.
Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
I never chaired the Public Accounts Committee. Next order.
Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable members, I didn't want to plead with the House that given that this is going into Committee of the Whole House to consider this bill, if I could plead with you to remain around so that we can conclude this business, so that it is for posterity. To remain around, I will also remain around.
Order, members, order, order. Order, the members who are walking out, please. We are in the Committee of the Whole to consider the Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019.
Clause 2.
I propose a question which is Clause 2 be part of the bill. Members, we have no amendment to Clause 2. I neither move to put the question which is at Clause 2 be part of the bill. As many as of the opinion say aye, and as many as of contrary opinion say nay. Members, the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I propose a question which is Clause 3 be part of the bill. Members, we have a proposed amendment. Chair, please move your amendment.
I thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move the amendment to
order. The member, whip. Cecily Barilla, I know you are weeping. Please, can we give the chair to move his proposed amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I beg to move amendments to Clause 3 as it is on the order paper. And Honorable Chair, our reason is very simple, that these programs which will be funded and managed by KRB, Honorable Chair, will have been approved by National Assembly. It's just to make things very clear.
Very well. With that important, members, I propose a question which is at Clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. Clause 3. Members, I propose a question, which is that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the Chairperson Committee, Public Works and Housing. I see no interest. We are in concurrence to this. Members, I put a question, which is that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as of the opinion say aye? And as many as of court opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I put a question, members, which is that clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of the opinion say aye? And as many as of court opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question, which is a clause 4, be part of the bill. Please, Chair, you have an amendment. Can you move your amendment on clause 4?
Yes, Chair. And I beg to move amendments to clause 4 as it is on the order paper. And Chair, our motive is only one, that because this money which we are voting by National Assembly will go to pay for the bond, we want only to reserve 10% for purposes of maintenance and also the college, Honorable Chair. That is the only import of this amendment. Very important. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well. With that import, I propose a question, which is as clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. Yes. Let me give just one. I can see member for Funyula. Let me hear what the member of Formula has.
Honorable Chair, I support the amendments. I support the amendment.
He supports the amendment, yes, very well.
My only concern, the amount set aside for capacity building, evaluation, and the rest is inordinately high compared to what has been set aside for Kenya Rural Roads Authority. I would imagine probably an arrangement could be made that more money is set aside towards actual development rather than administrative expenses. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well. Honorable members, this is a house of debate, and the question, when I put, you can make a decision on this. So, with that, I see no other member interested to speak to this. I put the question, which is that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. As many as of this opinion say aye. And as many as of contrary opinion say nay. Members, the ayes have it. I put the question, which is clause 4, as amended be part of the bill. As many as of this opinion say aye. And as many as of contrary opinion say nay. Members, the ayes have it. Next.
Clause 5.
Members, I propose a question, which is as clause 5 be part of the bill. We have a proposed amendment by the Honorable Chairperson. Please move your amendment.
Yeah, I thank you, Chair. And this is the final one. Honorable Chair, I beg to move our amendments as it is on the order paper to clause 5. And this, Chair, we are only making it very clear that the Cabinet Secretary is the one allowed to make regulations, Honorable Chair. That is the only thing in this amendment, which is a policy issue. It's also in accordance with the law, Honorable Chair. And I thank you. Very clear.
That is a very straightforward proposed amendment for members. And members, I propose a question, which is that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. Honorable Nyikala. Order, members, order. Some of you are just put the question. It's important to hear at least a bit.
Chair, as I support the amendments, it is important, Chair, that this regulation by the minister is taken very seriously. What we are doing here, we are actually allowing this board to borrow money. And the regulations that is going to manage that money is being done by the minister. It's therefore we have to understand very clearly. We are happy that we have a very good committee that's looking at regulations. But this is something we have to look at very carefully in the future. Therefore, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I support.
Let me hear from the Leader of Majority.
Chair, of course, the regulations will come. I will table, we'll say to delegated legislation. And you know, Honorable Nyikal, I think is a serious doctor. You cannot talk about a kid before the procreation is done. So when the regulations come, our committee will deal with it. Yeah.
With that debate having arose, honourable members, and no intention to speak to the same members, I put the question, which is that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, as many as of this opinion say aye. And as many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I put the question to the clause, which is a clause 5, as amended be part of the bill. As many as of the opinion say aye. And as many as of a contrary opinion say nay. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Next question.
Title.
I propose the question, which is the title be the title to the bill. Members, we have no amendment to this, and I put the question, which is that the title be the title to the bill. As many as of the opinion say aye, and as many as of contrary opinion say nay. Members, the ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question, which is a clause 1, be part of the bill. Members, we have a proposed amendment by the chair. Please to move the amendment to clause 1.
Yes, I thank you, Chair, and I would like to move the amendment to clause 1 as it is on the order paper. And this one only, Chair, is just to give the commencement date, which is upon assent. That is all, Honorable Chair, in this amendment. I thank you.
You thank. Members, with the import of the proposed amendment, I propose the question, which is that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair.
Put the question.
I see no proposed amendments. You call again. It's important to have one. Honorable member, just make your, yes.
Again, I will support, but again, I will say, I know there's emergency. This is an extremely important amendment. We are creating a fund, we are taking money that is actually going to be borrowed. So it is important to agree that it will be upon assent. But there must be structures in place so that the moment there's an assent, it's actually looked at properly. It's a very serious amendment we have here. I support.
Very well, Leader of Majority,
yes,
I can see.
Leader of Majority, this one.
Yes, Leader of Majority on this.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, assent, the time when a bill comes into effect, is not in fact very substantial. And I'm sure the structures you're talking about is the structures already there. It's Kenya Roads Board. It's the Minister for Infrastructure. And if we give it assent to come into force, then the Minister will prepare the regulations and bring it before we come back in February. So everything I support, I agree with Honorable Nyikal. You know, he's a doctor, so he's very meticulous. Nobody has died in his hand.
There's no surgery.
Very well. No, Honorable Member for Seme, do you want to clarify? Is Leader of Majority has spoken? You want? Okay, let me give you the chance.
Chair, this board has never been borrowing money. And we are talking of bonds. And we are creating a fund. Preparation is key and important. I support.
Very well. This is a house of debate. You support. Very well. So with that, honourable members, I see no other member wanting to contribute. Cecily Badley is not in the house. Of course, she's consulting and weeping. So I move to put the question, which is that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of this opinion say aye? And as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The honourable members, the ayes have it. I put the question to the clause, which is a clause 1, as amended be part of the bill. Honourable members, will as many as of this opinion say aye? And as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Through with the committee, I call the mover to move the reporting of the same. The mover of the bill. Give Honorable Duale the mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well. With that, honourable members, I put the question for reporting, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019, and its approval thereof with amendment. Members, as many as of this opinion say aye, and as many as of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Yes. Move on. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019, and approved the same with amendments.
Move on.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I request Honorable Posing, the Chair of Transport, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Posing.
I second, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. I put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Move on.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019, be read a third time. I also request Honorable Posing to second.
Honorable Posing.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019, be now read a third time. I put the question. Honourable members, I have confirmed that there is quorum. There is more than quorum for me. Therefore, we have complied with Article 121 of the Constitution. I therefore put the question, which is that the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Appeal for an act of parliament to amend the Kenya Roads Board Act and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, motion, ratification of the multilateral convention on mutual administrative assistance in tax matters.
Honorable Kato, and be quick.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance on tax matters for ratification.
Honourable members, business is not over yet. Please.
Laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, December 4th, 2019, and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Multilateral Convention on the Mutual Administrative Assistance on tax matters. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important convention or a treaty, and I will quickly move and say it was developed by the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development and the Council of Europe in 1988. This was following to the global crisis when the G20 London Summit in April of 2009 directed that the convention be open for signatures to developing countries to enable them benefit from the new era of transparency. And then it was effected on 1st of June 2011. Mr. Speaker, the convention is intended to promote international cooperation of exchange of information between state parties on tax matters for the better operation of national tax laws while respecting the fundamental rights of the taxpayers. It actually does respect the fundamental rights of the taxpayers, because when you check at the treaty itself on Article 21 and 22, Mr. Speaker, it talks of the protection of persons and limits in the obligation to provide assistance, as well as on Article 21, because that is Article 21. On 22, it talks about secrecy of information. And it is highlighted there that on Article 21, nothing in this convention shall affect the rights and safeguards secured to persons by the laws or administrative practice of the required states. In the Article 22 about the security of information, it explained very well that any information obtained by a party under this convention shall be treated as secret and protected in the same manner as information obtained under the domestic law of that party. Mr. Speaker, the convention covers all possible types of administrative cooperation between the parties in the assessment and the collection of taxes, excluding customs taxes, and therefore the assistance includes assisting each party, assisting each other regarding the exchange of information, unpaid tax recovery and service of the documents, and also it covers all forms of mutual assistance, exchange on request, spontaneous exchange, tax examination abroad, simultaneous tax examination, and assistance in tax collection while protecting still the taxpayers' rights. This is well defined in Article 1, 2, 9, 10, and 14 of the main convention, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of benefits of this convention to our country, it is actually meant to facilitate tax administration, sharing of information by tax authorities of all the signatories to the convention, and thereby checking tax evasion and tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, I heard that when we were doing the hearings from the respective institution, I heard that there is tax evasion, it is criminal, tax avoidance, it is not. But this convention is going to be of great importance in checking both tax evasion and tax avoidance. The convention also provides a means for significantly increasing Kenyans' ability to detect and prevent tax avoidance and evasion without the cost and resources that will be required for concluding several bilateral agreements with each of the countries, because the 135 countries that have so far signed and ratified, it will be easy to coordinate and retrieve this information without actually incurring a lot of cost or use of any financial resources. And therefore, if we ratify as a country, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to exchange information with other signatories that have already ratified the convention. Mr. Speaker, once ratified, Kenya will be required to respond to requests for tax information on nationals of the parties to the conventions, while maintaining the fundamental rights of taxpayers as well. So therefore, as much as you give out information on the taxpayer, actually you have to respect their rights. And one of it is you have to inform the institution or the individual about, before even giving out this information, they have to know that you are exchanging information about their taxes. Again, Mr. Speaker, it requires member countries to use the existing administrative powers as provided for in their domestic laws to implement the requirement of the Convention for the exchange of information on tax matters. Therefore, it is basically required to be in compliance with partner states' constitutions and their domestic laws. Mr. Speaker, it is purely on national issues, national taxation, and therefore does not have any physical implication to counties. Mr. Speaker, therefore, because it is detailed, but I want to comment on Article 28. Article 28 is about coming into force, and it is clearly defined there that it will come into force on the first day of the month, following the expiry of a period of 3 months after the date on which 5 states have expressed their consent to be bound by the convention in accordance with the provisions of this convention. 5 states, and already there are 135. So therefore, it is already in force for partner states that have ratified this convention. Also, Article 29 talk about territorial application of the convention. Where will it be applied, Mr. Speaker? And it will just be applied within, it actually states that any state may at any later date by a declaration address to one of the depositories extend the application of this convention to any other territory specified in the declaration. And so it explains very well the territorial application of the convention. Mr. Speaker, another very important article is Article 14 that talks on time limits. This is concerning any period beyond which a tax claim cannot be enforced and shall be governed by the law of the applicant state. Therefore, there is a time limit on which these tax claims can be applied, Mr. Speaker. It is well defined there. There is also Article 9, which explains very well how to handle tax examination abroad. And so therefore, it explains how to do both a request and an exchange with the competent authority on tax examination abroad. And then on Article 10, it talks very well, it explains on how to handle conflicting information. Because at times you may seek information on an institution or an authority or an individual, but it conflicts with the information that already appears in your possession. Therefore, Article 10 explains how to handle that conflicting information. Mr. Speaker, it therefore serves to say that the objective of this report is to seek approval of the National Assembly of Kenya to ratify this multilateral convention on mutual administrative assistance in tax matters. And it was approved by our cabinet on 8th June 2016 and later approved for ratification again on 1st August 2018. And therefore today we are called upon as National Assembly to note the contents of the memorandum as well as approve the ratification of the convention. I beg to move, and with your permission request the Honorable Peter Mwadhi to second.
Honorable Mwadhi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second this motion, and in seconding, say that we were given this document hardly about 3 weeks ago, and want to commend the members of the committee for having worked tirelessly and giving in their time, dedicated time, to make sure that we are ready with the report as of today. Honorable Speaker, I associate myself totally with the sentiments of the chair and in the manner that he has moved, but also hasten to add that for avoidance of doubt, this convention contains the category of taxes that it addresses. So if you check Article number 2, it gives you the various categories of taxes that I don't have to enumerate because there are so many, and I will invite members to look at those kind of categories of taxes that it addresses. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, to say that members should know that this has now been ratified by 135 countries who have agreed to share information on tax and taxation matters, and that ours was signed by Ambassador Salma Ahmed, who had been authorized both by CS Treasury and Foreign Affairs. Honorable Speaker, it is important to note what are the benefits of the country in regard to this convention. Once we ratify, what is it that the country will benefit from? Our primary benefit, Honorable Speaker, is the facilitation of tax administration through sharing of information by tax authorities of all signatories, so that we share information with those countries, but they also, we are obligated to share the information that they require from us. Secondly, this combating of tax evasion and avoidance and support in tax recovery. So, Honorable Speaker, the convention provides for the exchange of information in order to combat tax evasion and avoidance. There are people who are known to evade tax and hide that information in other countries or jurisdictions where they think they are safe havens. And in this convention, once we ratify, we shall be able to reach out to those countries, and we shall be able to know the kind of taxes that we should get from those who have been avoiding or evading tax. Honorable Speaker, the third one is to acquire information not disclosed by taxpayers for quality and accurate cross-border audit investigations. There are people who sometimes give information, not in full, but sometimes they decide to hide some information which would otherwise be important for our collection of tax. Number 4 benefit, Honorable Speaker, sir, is a timely access of information without having to enter into bilateral agreements. And for this one, the convention will allow sharing of information without having to enter into bilateral agreements that usually take a lot of time to negotiate and conclude. So once you have entered into this convention, Honorable Speaker, you can get the information by way of request or automatic exchange of the same information via the system that you have agreed. But at the same time, as we ratify, Kenya or any other country can deposit their reservations on which kind of taxes that they would not want to share information on, and Kenya has not, as of now, has not put any reservations. Fourthly, Honorable Speaker, is the enhanced fight against corruption, illicit financial flows, including money laundering and terrorist financing. In addition, Honorable Speaker, to providing a valuable tool for fighting tax evasion and avoidance, the convention will help access to information to other enforcement agencies to fight corruption, illicit financial flows, including money laundering and terrorist financing. Honorable Speaker, we are aware that over the time you have spoken about corruption in this country, that each one of us is obligated to fight against corruption. And in furtherance of that national undertaking, Honorable Speaker, then this convention is going to help us achieve the same. On national interest, it is important to reiterate the point that has been raised by my chair, that the ratification of this convention shall not affect the national interest of Kenya, and the convention is only concerned with the exchange of information for tax purposes only with the other parties to the convention. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I would also want members to know that there are other implications that they may be querying. Do we have financial implication once we ratify this one? Yes, but very minimal. We have an annual fee of 1,200 euros paid annually by each one of the party states. And number two, that if there are any costs that will accumulate as one looks for information to share, then that cost is borne by the requested party. But if there are any other extra costs that may come with the request, then the requesting party will pay. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the legal implication is that this convention, once it is signed, it will enter into effect 3 months after it has been deposited with the depositories. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I wish to second this report. I thank you.
Very well. I propose a question, which as this House adopts a report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance on tax matters for ratification, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, December 4, 2019, and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance on tax matters. Honorable Tuwei, member for Mosop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to thank the Committee for Defense and Foreign Relations for the work that we have done and trying to get and find out exactly what it is that we are ratifying, Mr. Speaker. Kenya is one of those countries that are regarded as one of those countries in Africa that have gone ahead to implement most of the decisions that have actually earned this country a lot. This is one of the treaties that if we ratify through this House today, Kenya stands to benefit, Mr. Speaker, from the information to be obtained from other countries as a result of those who have been evading tax. Mr. Speaker, information on taxes makes one to analyze and actually pay the proper or reasonable amount that is required by law as by the said provisions. Mr. Speaker, countries which have certified or ratified this have benefited a lot from it. A very good example of a country that ratified it is Sweden, that ratified it between 2010 and 2014, where they found tax evasion of $33 million being recovered as a result of information received from the countries that signed this convention. We have also Australia, which got $68. We have in Africa countries like Togo, which ratified this convention in 2016, and they were able to gain USD $1 million. So to Tunisia, USD 2 million, Uganda, 25 million USD, after ratifying it in 2015-2019. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a very clear indication from what we have so far before us that ratifying this convention will help this country to increase the tax collection and also try to weigh in on those who have been avoiding tax and also those who have been hiding information from the tax net outside this jurisdiction. And for that reason, I urge the House to ratify this convention so that we are able to help our Kenya Revenue Authority to collect revenue because from the analysis that they have given us, Mr. Speaker, is that our tax collection today is 18% of GDP, and if we do sign this ratification, we will be able to get 34% of GDP, meaning that we shall have 16% increase in tax collection as a result of information to be obtained from those countries that have signed this convention, that are about 135 so far. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Member for Nambale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I was getting really keen to say something. It's not possible statistically that by signing we can move from 18 to 34. Remember, we are declining from 23 towards 17. I'm glad we've gone to 18. To more or less double can't be out of this treaty. But that's not what I stood up to say. I think I support this strongly. It clearly expands the space, the fiscal space for KRA to be able to collect more. You have seen the examples from other countries. Although it's much greater than the annual subscription, it's not very big. It's in the order of magnitude of $1–2 million. Uganda did 25 million, which is, I think, very good indeed. But that is still, again, I think the most important thing is that as KRA expands the space, our citizens will get to know that as citizens, they must pay their taxes and that there's nowhere to hide. Because where they go, there might be an exchange of information and they'll catch up with them. In that process, I think it's very important that once this comes into force, that KRA and we in Kenya can track the degree to which the mutuality that has been mentioned, the multilateral mutuality that was mentioned, Kenya versus the rest of the world, will be in our favor over time. Because I guess if it is, it's really something that we really must go for. The second area, which I know that Kenya, as you know, Kenya has been very much at the, unfortunately, at the forefront a few years ago. I don't hear much of it these days, is the issue of illicit financial flows. That's an extremely serious matter. There are many other ways in which you get illicit financial flows other than taxes. And in taxes, it's not always say, we're talking about the personal taxes, that also, but trade taxes particularly. But there are other ways in which just straight looting and moving monies across the border as part of the, you could say, primitive accumulation of resources that many countries, and Kenya has been very much at the forefront of this. And that these kinds of nets that are being put in place will actually help this country to reduce on those kinds of flows. Mr. Speaker, what tends to happen in many of these international agreements is sometimes that the weaker countries become simply sources of data, and that the return flow of information does not flow as smoothly as is expected in the instruments that are agreed upon and deposited, the instruments within the protocol. So I really would hope that Kenya robustly plays its role and also robustly pushes the fact that this flow, this relationship, must be a two-way relationship. If we become an inferior party, that would be unfortunate. I do hope that the probability that will happen will be relatively small, given that countries that I think are probably economically weaker than us are sort of gaining something. Even if you are to gain just $1 million or so, that will still do. But I think in Kenya, given the challenge and the pressure that we have got on KRA to increase tax collection, and the worry that we have got to grow our economy, we need savings rates that are above 20%. I mean, 25%, 24, 25%. We've been declining, and when we hit 23, we celebrated. We have been declining for a long time to 17. I'm glad to hear that's now 18. And if we can inch back, that will be definitely very useful for our development goals. And this, which allows information to be shared and hopefully to be used, is one thing to get the information. It's another to work on it. I would like to urge that KRA, and I do understand that particularly now they are working very hard to expand the tax net, since we are in a position in which you do need every shilling that can be raised, that KRA would genuinely be proactive enough to act on the information they receive. I think there's been an occasion before in which it was blamed that the international agencies that share information in the financial criminal space, or criminal financial space, however you look at it, had felt that Kenya was not always reactive, sufficiently reactive to this information. And only when the things would blow up, then you would be told, oh, but we had already shared this with the country. I do hope that our patriots within KRA will act aggressively, robustly, since they'll have the instruments. They have the instruments nationally, now they'll have the acceptance across borders. With those few remarks, I do support this and wholeheartedly pray that the House ratifies the instrument.
Member for Kamukunji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the motion on the ratification of the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters. I think this is a very timely international instrument, and it's very useful for our country to accede, to ratify this particular convention as quickly as possible. My only regret that it is coming a bit late, given the fact that, in fact, our economy is growing, our tax needs are also growing, and therefore it is imperative on the part of the Kenya Revenue Authority to expand its taxation base. And I think there are many, many people among our very wealthy people who are taking their money out to evade taxation, and these are people who are able to pay their taxes. And therefore, this convention would go in some way in aiding the Kenya Revenue Authority to be able to find that kind of information and to be able to focus on those individuals. This is also very useful in terms of the fight against corruption, given the fact that, in fact, a significant number of people who benefit from corrupt activities do not trust that money in their country. They usually take it out. And I think this convention would be one way of telling those people that they have nowhere to hide, that in fact the long arm of international instruments would be able to be used to make sure that they in fact do not get away with their crime wherever they may take it. Another element that is actually quite exciting about this convention is that the fact many of those 135 countries that have so far ratified it include many of the tax havens. These are countries which attract a lot of money, a lot of illicit money, a lot of the corrupt money that goes out of African countries and countries like Kenya, countries that are in Europe, in the Caribbean, in the Indian Ocean, that are well known for providing places to hide amounts of that money. And I think also KRA should use this opportunity to make sure that, in fact, it is able to reach as many people as possible in that bracket of people who are required and do need to pay taxes. I want to just give one message as a final conclusion to this, is that it is important for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to intensify its efforts to put together treaties, because I can see that this particular treaty was signed in 2016. It is now 3 years since it was signed, and we would have benefited quite considerably if we had signed it much earlier, given the fact that many countries who have signed have been able to accrue quite considerable amounts of money from taxation through the information that they received through this convention. Therefore, I want to ask the ministry to be serious about treaties and conventions, and to make sure that those treaties, once they have been signed by the respective government departments and have been approved by cabinet, come to Parliament as quickly as possible so that we can benefit from the instruments of the international instrument. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the passing of this motion. Thank you.
Professor Odur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also support the ratification of this convention. Mr. Speaker, I do this because as we look at the report, and Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chair and the committee, we see that this report indeed is a very practical solution that would help us, Mr. Speaker, to address the key concern that we've had, not only with regards to how it is that we would like to enhance our revenue collection, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, how we can address the very key matter of tax evasion and avoidance, which has in a way always been a great challenge. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that not only, as other members have indicated, that we have had a situation where in our country we have a number of those who should ideally be leading in ensuring that they pay their taxes, being the ones who are able to evade and avoid. And Mr. Speaker, they have had havens that have been outside the country and thereby out of reach. Therefore, when we look, Mr. Speaker, at this convention, then we see indeed that the convention enables our country to come with administrative cooperation, Mr. Speaker, that would allow exchange of information, that would ensure that we have assistance of recovery, and Mr. Speaker, indeed, that we would get some very clear and practical ways of tax examination. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I support the ratification of this convention, I do so because I see that it is also going to be an opportunity not only for us to take a lot more seriously the action that we would like to take on issues of corruption, but indeed, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the observations that are raised by the committee, see that we are going to do it in ways that support the investigative efforts of tax authorities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like, with the observations that I have made, and in particular in recognition that we have had known tax avoidance strategies that have been used by multinational corporations who have on occasion used very complex and corporate structures to indeed not only keep money in havens outside the country, but also to continue in secrecy and opacity that completely make our government and our country unable to engage. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is a convention that will give teeth, that will give dignity, that will indeed enable us as a country to work with the more than 120 countries and get information. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Member for Nyaribari Chache.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity also to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, we had...
Sorry, I can see an intervention. Remember for Napaholo, what's your intervention?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Mike. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise understanding Order 95. Looking at the mood of the House, Honorable Speaker, all the persons who have spoken, Honorable Speaker, have been in support of the bill. And looking at the bills that are ahead of us, in consideration of that, Honorable Speaker, will I be in order that we call on the mover to reply, Honorable Speaker? Thank you.
Let's hear from the member for Nyaribari Chache.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity also to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, we took time to look into this motion quite deeply under the leadership of our chairman. We stayed late because we believe it's a motion, is a convention which is meant to make Kenya a better place to live in. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the kind of concern this convention is going to address, it's all meant to make Kenya a better world to live in, not just for us, but for the generations to come, for our children and children. Mr. Speaker, this convention really addresses key issues which have been affecting the country. In the past, we have had cases where people have taken money from the country, Mr. Speaker, and kept them in some countries where tax avoidance or evasion, for lack of a better word,
is allowed, and that will be a thing of the past with this convention once we sign it into law, Mr. Speaker. We have had countries which have, who are signed in Africa, and we have seen, from example, Mr. Speaker, the benefits therein. Some countries like Uganda, who is our immediate neighbor, countries like South Africa, Mr. Speaker, countries like Nigeria, they have made a lot of money by just signing this convention, Mr. Speaker. And we believe that Kenya, being one of the biggest economies in Africa, should have done this yesterday, Mr. Speaker. However, it's never too late. I think we are doing the right thing, and this is going to help us increase our income, Mr. Speaker, through KRA. Also, it's going to manage the illicit money which has been going out there, which should have been used locally to grow our economy. All of us, Mr. Speaker, are complaining because of the kind of debt level in the country. And this debt level has come about because we are not able to collect enough money within ourselves to be able to finance the activities of the country and finance our budget, Mr. Speaker. But we believe that by having this convention signed into law, we will be able to address some of those issues and ensure that the money which is due for Kenyans is given back to Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Because we have had companies, corporates who are doing business in Kenya, but they have moved their headquarters to other countries strategically, not because of anything, Mr. Speaker, but just because we're out there, they will be able to cheat, for lack of a better word, and they get some money which should have been money for the country, Mr. Speaker. Those tax-haven countries, Mr. Speaker, will be a thing of the past, because with this convention, we are going to create a level, a enabling environment, where all countries will be able to do business at the same pace, at the same level. There will never be a country considered to be a tax haven than the other countries. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, this will also be able to create employment opportunity for the youth subsequently, because once we have enough money, we'll be able to do enough projects, we'll be able to invest a lot in infrastructure, and hence create enabling environment which is going to then attract the foreign investors to come and put up businesses in Kenya, and in the process create employment for our youth. With that, Mr. Speaker, because of the interest of time, I support this motion, this convention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Yatta, before I...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of the interest of time, I have only two issues to mention. Mr. Speaker, as a committee, we are a little bit disappointed why the executive took a sweet time from 2016 to bring this matter for ratification. But that said, Mr. Speaker, one of the key benefits over and above what has been stated by members, Mr. Speaker, is the information received by a party may be used for other purposes. And that, Mr. Speaker, has to come out very clear, Mr. Speaker. For instance, Mr. Speaker, this money, this convention can be used, Mr. Speaker, to combat money laundering on issues of corruption, are more important on terrorism financing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the other item which I need to bring to the attention of members, Mr. Speaker, when a signing state, Mr. Speaker, makes a request, the state which is requested, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to act as if this particular subject who was avoiding to pay taxes is a member of his own country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter which was brought to the committee, and we felt, Mr. Speaker, the delay by the executive was not warranted, and Mr. Speaker, that this House should rectify for the good of this country.
Final member for Wajir South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do stand to support this report. I do support this motion, rather. And it is a very important and timely report. I do feel that this really contributes to the welfare of Kenya's tax collection and tax laws. And it is very important that we acknowledge the good work of the committee, that they have identified the values that this motion will add, or this ratification will add this motion will add to the ratification of the multilateral convention on mutual administrative assistance on the tax matters. Mr. Speaker, much has been said, and I won't be taking too long, but I just want to add and cite a few things that are quite valuable to this. Kenya has signed the convention on the 8th of February 2016, and its text was approved by Cabinet on the 8th of June 2016. Therefore, this approval really indicated that Kenya is heading towards understanding the current global tax system, and Kenya wants to be part of that. I would also encourage that Kenya becomes a tax haven, by the way, which I don't see that it is. But coming back to that, the convention that was developed by the OECD, that is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the Council of Europe, does facilitate the international cooperation for a better operation of national tax. And that is where the key thing is, our operation on our national tax. It is highlighted as well on the articles of the convention of this very important convention. Article 2 outlines the taxes to which the convention applies, and therefore it is, for an example, it gives the party compulsory social security contributions that is payable. This will help recoup much needed taxes from those that keep their taxes and their resources outside this country. And also this country holding other people's taxes or other countries' taxes in that case. Article 4 requires the sharing of information that is foreseeable, relevant for the administration or enforcement of the domestic law concerning the taxes. That is a key contribution to the global tax system. And Kenya will be viewed, as it has been viewed, as a country that really works with the international community on various things. On issues of money laundering, Kenya will be there also in the forefront to identify that it plays a key role in contributing to the global practices of taxes. Therefore, I do support this motion, and thank you very much.
Honour members, order. I've heard many of you say that the executive signed in 2016, April, and I'm sure you don't want as a parliament to also fall into a trap of being accused of delay. They say delay defeats equity. The member for Napaholo rose in his place and claimed that since everybody is in support, we should therefore call upon the mover to reply. I therefore put the question, which is that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to thank colleagues who have contributed all in support of this motion. This is all about financial transparency, financial accountability, widening our tax net, and above all, it's one step in the right direction towards fighting corruption. I beg to reply.
Honourable members, having confirmed that the House still complies with Article 121 relating to quorum, I therefore put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance on Tax Matters for ratification laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, December 4, 2019, and pursuant to provisions of Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance on Tax Matters. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honour members, next order.
Order number 11, motion, approval of nominees to specified committees of National Government Constituency Development Fund.
Again, if I were to just request members, since you are colleagues, it's only fair that they also have some committees. And I think also, just to make another passionate plea, the newest member of the House does not belong to any committee. So if you look at the I don't, it may not be in receipt of the supplementary order paper. Order number 12 is appointment of a member to a committee, just to make sure that when you go to this long recess, even that new member is able to sit in some committee or committees. So, members, I want to plead with you that please, let's move with speed. You know, at 6 we are going to do the motion by the Honorable James Koyo. Please, Chair of NCD, National Government Constituency Development Fund.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraph 5(2) and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for the appointment to the committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund from Baringo South and the North Imenti constituencies laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, December 3rd and Wednesday, December 4th, respectively. A, Baringo South constituency, Samuel Kiprotich Bugay, Male Adult Representative, Geoffrey Kipkebut Kosgei, Male Youth Representative, Zakia Njemuge Kiptuisang, Female Youth Representative, Helen Cheptor, Female Adult Representative, Christine Njepkemoy Kandie, Representative of Persons Living with Disability, and 6, Eunice Tarkok Kiprotich, nominee of the constituency office, female. And 7th, Justin Kiprono Chebi, nominee of the constituency office, male. And B, North Imenti constituency, Hadija McKenna Mohammed, female youth representative, and Jacob Kidenji Manyara, nominee of the constituency development office, male. So, Mr. Speaker, without taking a lot of time, I wish to ask the House to approve of those names.
Who is seconding? The member for Baringo South.
Oh, yes.
How can you not? Honorable Kamren. You don't have a card?
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to second. I second. Thank you.
Honour members, I propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Section 43, subsections 4 and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015, and paragraphs 5, subparagraph 2 and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund for Baringo South and North Imenti constituencies laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, December 3rd and Wednesday, December 4th, 2019, respectively. A, Baringo South constituency nominees being Samuel Kiprotich Bungei, male adult rep. 2, Geoffrey Kipkebut Kosgei, male youth rep. 3, Zakia Jamuge Kiptrisang, female youth representative. Helen Cheptor, female adult rep. Christine Jepkemoy Kandie, representative for persons living with disabilities. Eunice Tarkok Kiprotich, nominee for the constituency office, female. And finally, Justine Kiprono Chebi, nominee for the constituency office. B, North Imenti, Hadija McKenna Mohammed, female youth representative. 2, Jacob Kidinji Manyara, nominee for the constituency office, male. I put the question, which is that the nominees, that pursuant the provisions of Section 43(4) and subsection subsection 4 and 10 of the National Government Constitutional Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraphs 5, subparagraphs 2 and 10 of the National Government Constitutional Development Fund Regulations 2016. This House approves the list of the nominees for appointment to the constituencies of the National Government Constituency Development Fund for Baringo South and North Imenti constituencies laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, December 3, and Wednesday, December 4, 2019, respectively. Names: Baringo South Constituency A, Samuel Kiprotich Bungei, Geoffrey Kipkebut Kosgei, Zakia Jamuge Kiptuisang, Helen 4 Chepto, 5 Christine Chepkemoi Kadie, Eunice Tarkok Kiprotich, and 7 Justine Kiprono Chebi. B, North Imenti, Hadija Makena Mohammed, and Jacob Kivinji Manyara. As many as have opinion say aye. As many as counter opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, appointment of a member to a committee.
The chair. Chair, yes, Honorable Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Chair of Committee on Selection, I rise to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 175, and further to the resolution of the House of October 11th, 2018, on appointment of members to respective committees, this House approves the appointment of the Honorable Bernard Otieno Okoth, MP, to the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, Honorable Otieno Okoth came in a by-election to replace our former Member of Parliament, Ken Okoth, for Kibra constituency. Unfortunately, we had not had a committee for him, and given that we are going in a long recess, it will be unfair to keep him without a committee for 2 months running, Honorable Speaker. And that's why the Committee on Selection decided to, through, of course, the whip of minority party, decided to give him a committee on constitutional implementation oversight committee, so that should we resume during the long recess, he will have the opportunity to start participating in the parliamentary process, and also making him active, because he has been in Kibra and campaigning in Kibra with the mood. I think he needs to relax with his colleagues. And that's why we have come up with this motion. And I want to request members to support this motion, and request Honorable Jimmy Angwen, who is the Deputy Leader of Majority Party, to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Jimmy Ondiek Angwen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second this nomination for my youngest child in this house. And I encourage him to participate fully in the affairs of this committee. And if he does very well, we might add him. I may ask my colleague the other side to add him another committee next time. With those few remarks, I beg to second.
Members, I propose the question. This is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 175, and further to the resolution of the House of October 11, 2018, on appointment of members to respective committees, this House approves the appointment of the Honorable Bernard Otieno Okoth, MP, to the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. The Honorable Bernard Otieno Okoth is right in the House. For those that may have forgotten how he looks like. Maybe I could ask the Honorable Bernard Okoth to... No, not on this. Maybe some members wanted to see whether he is in. Very well, very well. Just to inform the House that indeed, not even the leader of minority, not even the minority whip brought this idea. This came from me, because there's a member that was going to be without a committee. So I put the question that pursuant to the professional standing under 175 and further the resolution of the House of October 11, 2018 on appointment of members to respective committees, this House approves the appointment of the Honorable Bernard Otieno Korth MP to the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The Honorable Bernard Otieno Korth, you are now a validly appointed member to that committee. You can now look for any other from the minority whip, the minority leader, but at least for this period, you cannot be without a committee. And I did thank the House for approving this appointment. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, report on the inquiry into the safety of ferries.
Order members, this motion was, debate on it commenced yesterday with the chair, the Honorable Abdulswamad Sharif, moving and seconded by the Honorable Ibrahim Absalan. The Honorable Hassan Maalim contributed, the Honorable Katana Kahindi contributed, but he has a balance of 9 minutes. The Honorable Katana Kahindi, if he's in the House, he has a balance of 9 minutes. Do I see that the Honorable Owen Bayer, member for Kilifi North, the other member has lost his chance?
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. I would like to say this, that the ferries are an important mode of transport. And the coast, for instance, has had several incidences, one of which is the tragedy that happened in Kilifi in 1978, and the one that happened in Tongwe. All these, we have lives lost, lives that could have been saved if there was safety. Today, the ferries that ply Likoni Channel have always posed a threat to the people of the coast and those that use the ferry, the visitors and all that. There are two things that happen. One, the carnage that we had when the ferries caused accidents. There was a time when a lorry could not go forward and it started reversing when it had left the ferry. Many people were killed. Something that could have been prevented, but lives were lost because somebody did not do his job. Madam Speaker, again, we had the Tongwe ferry tragedy. Very many lives were lost. If you look at all that, there's a possibility of human error, negligence, or just lack of commitment to the safety of the people that use the ferries. The world over, ferry transport is used, and there is a lot of input in terms of strategy to ensure that there is safety at the ferry. But here in Kenya, and particularly the channel that uses, in this country, only Likoni uses ferries. It's not such a huge thing that government cannot afford it. Government can afford it. But what we see, Madam Speaker, is that there is utter negligence on the part of government to ensure the safety of the people using the ferry. Madam Speaker, going forward, it is very important that first, investment is made, proper investment is made to secure our ferries by bringing in new ferries and better ferries. I had a privilege of traveling to Vancouver in Canada, where they use the sea bus. A sea bus is just like the ferry, only that it doesn't carry vehicles. It is a decent vehicle that is affordable and less cheaper than the big ferries and a lot of iron among others that we see at the ferry. Madam Speaker, what we are asking for is that government gets committed to have a strategy, a 5-year strategic plan to revamp the ferry transport which is needed. Madam Speaker, the economy of Kwale County, the economy of Mombasa counties
depend very much on this ferry. The people who cross every day are workers that come to be productive in Mombasa. Kwale depends on tourism very much. If the safety of the ferries are not guaranteed, the economy of Kwale County will go down and many jobs will be lost and very many families will suffer because the ferries have not been taken care of properly. Madam Speaker, I would like to urge this government, as we look forward, it's important that one, we secure the channel and secure the ferry, that we have proper management, people who are well-trained and well-conversant with the use of the ferry, that safety measures and security measures be put in place to ensure that the ferries are safe for the people. Just like we have every day on the road traffic police officers, we have check units, we have people who are checking the vehicles every day. We have inspectorates and all that are checking to ensure that the ferries are secure. We have people who check that our airports are secure and the runways are secure and planes land safely. It is important that the same be done for the ferries, especially at the coast. We have a huge investments of money in our airports today. If you go to JKA, you'll see a lot of work that is going on. If you go to other parts of the countries, the airports are being secured. Why? Because there are Kenyans using it. Why isn't it happening at the ferry, and yet these are Kenyans, equal Kenyans like any other that are using this ferry every day as their mode of transport? We take care of the bridges, but we cannot take care of the ferries. Why? My question is, are these people of lesser gods that cross the ferry every day, that nobody at all takes any interest to ensure that the ferries are safe? Recently, we had the family that, the mother and the daughter that died at the ferry. Something that could have been prevented. If you go on the ferry, you realize that you have a ramshackle of a ferry carrying over 10,000 people inside, and nobody cares about safety. Government does not care about the people, that they care about people. You see, every day we see police officers doing things which they should not. We see police officers on the road that stop border riders to check on the security of the border rider. But they cannot check on the safety of 10,000 people in one vehicle crossing that channel. And they leave the ferries to go to west the way they are. Madam Speaker, it's very important that, one, we secure the ferries by making sure that they are proper vehicles. Change the mode of ferries, the type of ferries that we use in this country. There are outdated ferries. We have the sea buses that are being used all over, and people sit comfortably on a seat. It is well covered, it is made of fiberglass, and it crosses without any problem. But that cannot happen in this country. Why? Because somebody does not think that probably those people that are using the ferry are as important as other people. So, Madam Speaker, what I urge is, one, we revamp the management of the ferry. We ensure we have new vehicles instead of the old heavy metal ferries that we have that run on that channel. And again, put security measures such that if anything happens, there is a plan to rescue the people that are involved. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to support this report and urge that it be implemented as soon as possible. And within the 6 months it has not been implemented, it should come to the implementation committee where I sit. And I've seen the chair here. We shall deal with it and deal with the government officials who will disregard this report in the event that it passes in this House, for which I'm sure it will pass. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The member for South Imenti on intervention? Or it was member for Imenti? Then let me have the member for Nambale. Bunyasi John.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an area in which I'm very passionate. I used the ferries across the Likoni when I was a student in Mombasa. And I used to date on those ferries. You would go and simply cross the ferry back and forth, and it was safe. It cost a shilling each mounting. It was a lot safer. I think a lot more has happened. And one of it must be that there must be total lack of ferry inspection, safety inspection by agencies that can decommission the use of a ferry if it's not seaworthy. But I'm beginning to wonder, these ferries have been there for a very long time. Mombasa has been the center of our maritime engineering.
Mombasa is also the place where our Navy, including the Navy engineering component of it, located. Is it not possible that we can assemble ferries in Kenya for which we can guarantee quality and safety? Should we always be rushing to buy reconditioned or just old and used ferries? I really think we should step up. We have just strengthened the Kenya Maritime Authority and set up additional institutions. We want to have our own shipping line and so on. And we can't be able to build a ferry that crosses the Likoni. As you look at other options, I think it is sad when you see the kinds of accidents that have occurred. First, it looks like some of it is nearly willful neglect. Two, they have said that coxswains and others do not have the experience. But in the old days, it wouldn't set off until vehicles were safely inside and the ramp was turned up to be able to stop a vehicle like the saloon car that rolled back and killed that innocent lady and the innocent daughter. That means basic safety measures are not being taken into account. Is there any form of punishment for those who are operating these ferries when they're that careless? Was anybody, for example, as a result of the last one, has anybody been taken to court for carelessness? Nothing like that is happening. It's just we're leaving it all to God. And I know God is important, but we know that God also only helps those who do help themselves. God is not going to help to stop a vehicle from falling in the water, no matter how much you pray. That is only going to happen when you take the required safety measures. In the olden days, there used to be some payment. In our days, it was only a shilling. Some cost recovery was helpful if the government is unable to fund it fully, and we know governments don't fund fully where the payment is totally on taxes. It's more like they're doing a favor to citizens. And so, because you come to questions like, the government is paying, they forget that the government paying is the taxpayer actually footing their own costs. Madam Speaker, I think we have some way to go. This is an example of areas where, with what is within our means, we are not utilizing it. Whereas we should look for new vehicles across the Likoni, but we should also see if we can, in fact, begin to build ourselves internally. Import the expertise, if anybody says maybe we don't have it as yet. But maritime engineering as an area of specialization, and dry dock repair, fixing, and reconstructing has been on there before most of the people in this house were born. Are we still not able to do it? So I really think that we should think seriously about how we revamp these ferry services. And in doing so, I think that the paradigm must not be always we want to run to Europe and buy what has done 50 years there, and we attempt to bring it on this side. It must be that we can leapfrog and perhaps build or buy different types, but those we can, types different, yes, but those that we can repair and build ourselves as we go forward. We really agree with the previous speaker that we must care about the quality of those who cross. But let's think also about the economy of this country. Tourism as a whole, that crossing is very important. I'm sure that hotels in the south coast have always been wondering when they'll be like their north coast cousins, who because of the bridge, and by the way, bridge was built by the Japanese, replacing the pontoon bridge that we used to have, so that they can also get visitors within the equal measure of choice that any guest would choose whether to go south or go north. I am encouraged that the link through Port Reitz, through the Dogo Kundu end there, going off to the south coast, will alleviate the pressure of the ferry crossing. There are very many ordinary citizens, workers, as we have been told, who depend on it crucially. Let us upgrade it, let us modernize it, let us use that to learn how we might be able to build our own large ships in the future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Let me have this member for Murua Dikir, is he in the house? Oh, I've seen him going to consult. Then the member for Ingebe South.
Thank you.
That is the Honorable Mwirigi Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion. Madam Speaker, it is important for the government of this country to be serious towards its own citizens. Madam Speaker, the mood of the transport in Mombasa, Madam Speaker, along the Likon area, Madam Speaker, is through ferry, Madam Speaker. This is the mode of transport which they use in daily basis, Madam Speaker. And in cases where we experience the accident occurring in the ferry, Madam Speaker, it is something which we are now supposed to be entertaining, because it is a failure of the government to be monitoring this ferry, Madam Speaker, and making the lives of Kenyans, Madam Speaker, to be endangered. So it is important to consider that the ferry should be inspected in daily basis, so that they can ensure the safety of the users who normally travel with this ferry. And secondly, the management who normally handles the ferry, Madam Speaker, should be held accountable, so that we cannot encounter such cases, Madam Speaker, like the one which happened or occurred last month, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker. So at the same time, the picture which is being portrayed to our neighboring countries, the ones who does not have such mode of transport, Madam Speaker, and they would like to come in this country and enjoy or see the way the ferry operate, they will not come, because the operation of these means, Madam Speaker, is poorly done and poorly handled by the government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand this machine normally uses engine, and when the machine uses engine, Madam Speaker, it is important for this machine to be being monitored always for rate or for the users to have the surety of their safety as they use this mode of transport, Madam Speaker. At the same time, the surveillance should be ensured
zilioko pale ambapo ni takriban kama feri 5 ama feri 6 hivi. Feri hizi nyingi zina matatizo makubwa sana. Haswa hii feri moja ya MV Arambe ambayo iliweza kufanya ajali na kumpoteza dada yetu pamoja na mwanawe, ni feri ambayo haitakikani kamwe hivi sasa kuweza kufanya kazi ama huduma kuwapatia Wakenya, kwa sababu feri hino ina matatizo zaidi ya matatizo 12, na ni feri ambayo hivi sasa inatakana ipelekwe kabisa, ifanyiwe ukarabati wa kutosha. Jambo la pili nataka niseme, sisi kama taifa kupitia taasisi ya KPA tuna uwezo wa kuweza na kuwa na center yetu ya kufanya ile tunaita Kiingereza dry dock services, yani kupata zile huduma za kufanya ukarabati wa vifaa vyetu vya baharini, iwe ni feri, iwe ni meli, ama hata zile boti zetu ambazo tunatumia. Baada ya kwamba kuwa tunatumia pesa nyingi sana kupatia kampuni ya African Marine ambayo inatufanyia kazi ambayo pia haiwezi kuwa sawa na kiwango kile kinachotakikana. Jambo la pili, katika ripoti hii tunaona ya kwamba waliona ya kwamba hata wale wahandisi wa baharini wanaofanya kazi pale, ama wale tunasema coxswain, hawana tajriba kamili ya uhandisi wa baharini. Hivyo basi pia hiyo ni changamoto, tuweze kuangalia watu ambao wana tajriba ya hali ya juu ya uhandisi wa baharini ili waweze kufanya huduma kwa njia inayofaa. Mambo ya kuangalia zile feri ama kwa Kiingereza inspection lazima iwe inafanyika kwa wakati unaofaa na kuweza kutathmini changamoto zilizoko katika zile feri zetu. Katika kutatua matatizo ya dharura ama ajali ambazo zinatokea mara kwa mara, ajali za kupoteza maisha ya watu, ajali za kupoteza mali kupitia zile lori na zile kanta ambazo zinabeba mali tofauti, hata zile zinazotoka katika nchi jirani Tanzania. Tunahitaji tuwe na zile tunaita rescue boat kwa lugha ya Kiingereza, ama zile boti za kuweza kusaidia wakati wa dharura, na pia vile vile tuweze kuwa na zile tunaita tugboat. Tugboat ni boti ambayo hata ikiwa feri imezama inaweza kuisaidia kuweza kuinyanyua. Iwapo tungekuwa nazo ile ajali iliyotokea kule kivuko cha Mtongwe kwa nyakati za nyuma na kupoteza watu takriban 250 zaidi, ingeweza kusaidia mahala pakubwa sana. Vile vile tunahitaji kuwa na madaiva ama wale wapiga mbizi ambao wana tajriba ya kuweza kusaidia haswa wakati kumekuwa na dharura kama hii, na tuweze kupata vijana ambao wana ujuzi wa bahari, wanaielewa bahari na wanaweza kuwa wakombozi wakati tumepata maafa kama haya ambao tumeyapata juzi na jana katika kivuko cha Likoni. Tunataka pia tuweze kuwa na vile vifaa ambavyo vinahitaji haswa katika vifuko vya feri, na vifaa vyenyewe ni kama vile pia lazima tuwe na yale maboya yale ambayo yanaweza kusaidia katika hali ya usalama wakati kumekuwa na dharura. Lazima pia tuwe na vile vifaa vya welding ambavyo vitakuwa viko pale kwa shida yoyote. Tumeona ya kwamba feri zile zote zina milango ambayo imeisha nguvu, milango ambayo inaweza kuzama wakati feri inaegesha. Milango hii ama ile tunasema kwa lugha ya kimtaa lile bamba la feri. Bamba zile za feri zote tumeziona kweli zinataka ukarabati wa hali ya juu. Hivyo basi katika kufanya hivi lazima ile feri mpya ambayo Wakenya washatoa pesa zao kupitia zile pesa tulizozitenga sisi katika bunge letu iweze kuja, ili wakaazi wakati ile nyingine imeipelekwa katika ukarabati, ile feri ile inaweza kutupatia huduma. Vile vile tunatakana tuwe na networka ya mawasiliano ambayo itakuwa inaunganisha zile taasisi muhimu zote ili kusaidia wakati wa dharura. Taasisi kama hizi ni taasisi ya KPA, taasisi ya Kenya Maritime Authority, taasisi ya Coast Guards na taasisi pia ya Kenya Navy, kwa sababu taasisi hizi zote ziko pahali katika eneo moja na ni taasisi zote ambazo zinaangalia mambo ya huduma za bahari na mambo ya vyombo vya baharini. Kwa hivyo taasisi hizi iwapo zitakuwa na mawasiliano wakati wa dharura, mbiu itakapopigwa, iwapo kumekuwa na dharura, basi tunaweza kupata msaada wa kuwasaidia Wakenya wengi ambao wako pale. Pia vile vile tunataka ushirikiano wa washikadau wa taasisi hizi. Iwapo taasisi hizi zitakuwa na ushirikiano thabiti, ushirikiano wa kuangalia utendaji kazi wa vivuko hivi ama vile vivuko pia kule sehemu za Nyanza ambazo pia kuna feri, basi tutaona huduma hizi na pia mapato katika taifa letu la Kenya yataweza kuongezeka. Vile vile pia tungetaka tuone ya kwamba wizara yetu ya uchukuzi imeweza kusongeza haswa ile ajenda ya kuweza kuwa na miundo misingi ya kuweza kusaidia kivuko cha feri na kivuko cha Mtongwe ama yale maferi katika maeneo mengine. Muundo msingi kama ule wa Dongo Kundu bypass, nataka nishukuru serikali ya Kenya kwa sababu imeanza barabara ile na inaanza na hivi karibuni pia itaweza kumalizika. Vile vile pia kuna ile azma taasisi hino inapoomba pesa, tunaona pesa walizokuwa wakipewa ni pesa chache sana. Wakati wameomba takriban milioni 199, unaona wamepatiwa milioni 76. Kwa hivyo wamekuwa pia wakipata pesa chache ambazo pesa hizi kuweza kuhudumia ama kuweza kumiliki na kuhakikisha ya kwamba feri zile zimekuwa katika njia muafaka ya kuweza kufanya uchukuzi na huduma kwa Wakenya wengi inakuwa ni haba. Kwa hivyo tunasema katika mambo ya pesa wakati tunatengeza bajeti zetu lazima tuangalie ya kwamba jambo hili la kivuko hichi ni jambo muhimu sana. Mimi nataka nizungumzie na niseme bodi hivi sasa imevunjwa, lakini tunasema iwapo tunatengeneza bodi nyingine lazima katika ile bodi tupate, hata kama sio wanachama wote, tupate baadhi ya wanachama ambao wana tajriba ya mambo ya uhandisi wa baharini ama wana tajriba ya kujua mambo ya vivuko vya bahari, mambo ya usafiri wa bahari, mambo ya vyombo vinavyotumika baharini, kwa sababu anayevaa kiatu ndiye anayejua kiatu kinamfinya wapi. Iwapo bodi nzima itakuwa ni watu ambao hawajui, hawaelewi, hawana ufahamu, basi itakuwa tunaendelea kuwa na matatizo. Na hata yule ambaye atasimamia taasisi ile lazima pia awe mtu ambao ana tajriba ama anaweza kuelewa haswa mambo ya uhandisi wa baharini ni vipi. Ikiwa hatutakuwa na mambo kama hayo, basi tutakuwa na changamoto nyingi sana. Nataka pia niseme taifa letu la Kenya najua limeungana na nchi nyingi sana katika mambo ya baharini. Tuweze kuweka taasisi ambazo pia hata wale wafanyikazi wetu wanaweza kwenda kupata elimu na taaluma za kuweza kuwawezesha kuboresha hali zao za kazi. Nataka niseme pia elimu kwa mwananchi kwa usalama wake wakati anatumia vivuko kama vile, iwe inarudiwa kila wakati katika kivuko kile kupitia ile tunaita PA system ama kile chombo cha mawasiliano, kukumbusha Wakenya ya kwamba unapoingia ndani ya feri uweze kuzima gari yako wapo uko ndani ya gari, uweze kutoka pale kwenye gari, usiweze kusimama pambizoni mwa feri, mambo kama yale yaweze kuingelewa. Vile vile kuna ile tunaita chain, ile ambayo huwa inawekwa nyuma wakati magari yameingia katika feri. Lazima vifaa kama vile viweze kupatikana, kwa sababu juzi na jana dada yetu Kigenda gari yake ilikuwa
pongezi. Kiswahili sanifu kutoka kwa Mheshimiwa Walikoni, na tumsifu sana Mheshimiwa Sharif na kamati yake, kwa sababu wamefanya kazi mzuri kabisa kutuletea ripoti ya usalama ya feri zetu katika nchi yetu, na sana kulingana na ile vidokezo ama maswali yaliyoletwa kwa bunge letu kupitia kwa kamati ile tunaita Public Investment Committee. So we thank you, Honorable Member Sharif, the Chairperson Public Investment Committee, for doing a great job at bringing the report to the House. We know recently we had the case for the Likoni, and so the public can even know and understand, even as we go for our recess today, what Parliament can do, what committees do. So we thank you, Honorable Nasir. The other name is too long for such a good work with the committee. So next on my request list, the member for, I don't want to say nominate, is Shamala Jennifer? Yes, thank you, Madam. The member for Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the motion that this report be adopted. Indeed, this recent tragedy we had on the MV Harambee ferry really opened our eyes to the inadequacies and really lack of maintenance on the ferry services. I'm deeply concerned because when you go to the Ferries Act, actually one of the oldest acts in this country, a 1936 act, it's a solid act, Chapter 410, and it has put into place regulations, controls, and conducts of persons using the ferries. The ferry rules were actually are dated 1951, and it also addresses issues of enforcing these rules, obstruction, and refusing to obey obstructions. But as many of us very frequently cross that ferry, you will see that actually it is by the grace of the Almighty that we make it to the other side, because every single crossing is an accident waiting to happen. The issues are that safety certificates are issued without due diligence. And I trust that going forward, that these are matters that are going to be addressed very, very seriously. How is it we are told that there are surveillance cameras on these ferries and the use of technology is not being implemented? In that, actually, I am told that one of the employees could not see that with this particular ferry that had the incident, that it was slanted, that the car could actually reverse back. But why is it that the car could actually reverse, not reverse back? Why is it that the cameras have not captured this issue, and why are we not using the use of technology? My other concern is actually the maritime, what are they referred to? The Kenya Maritime Authority. They get huge budgets, of over 1.2 billion shillings. One of their roles is regulatory oversight, training of lifesavers, etc. That's another authority that I think must be looked into to see as to why is it that we did not have on these ferries, we still do not have on these ferries trained lifeguards, trained divers, and really early warning systems in place in the event that there is an incident. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
You support very well. The member for, I don't want to say nominated, the Oduol Adhiambo, next. That is the professor, doctor.
Speaker, I would like to speak on the next.
In the next one. Then next on my request, the member for Seme, coincidentally sat next to you.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I've really waited, and people have come and spoken twice, 3 times before I'm noticed. Madam Speaker, I arise to support this, but it's actually a tragic report. If you look at what happened, what this report indicates, even if we look at the details that are therein, it was generally indicating a laxity in the public service. People are not doing what they are employed to do. Again, you see indications of corruption. People have questioned the people who were given contracts, what they were doing. So people do get contracts, basically not to implement plans, but actually to be awarded, maybe as friends, or whatever process they follow, and basically to make money. Madam Speaker, the list that is here is sad because it touches defects on every aspect, in operations, in maintenance, in safety, in management, in funding. There's no single area in the operations of the ferry services that actually is not mentioned if you look at the comments of the committee observations. Some you don't even want to believe, Madam Speaker. If you just look at the committee observations, the first 5, the pros on most ferries were non-functional. At the time of the committee's inspection, the pros on Viarambe were badly damaged. The submerged drones, I mean, that is not a vehicle that should be in the sea. Safety procedures for the ferries require that a chain run across. There was no chain. So I don't think that is the absence of a chain. That is just that somebody wasn't doing what they're supposed to do. Madam Speaker, the ferry was overloaded. That, again, is just laxity in the work that people are supposed to do. The passengers are supposed to be outside their vehicles, but I think all of us who have traveled in these places, you actually find that that is really not observed. It is there is even evidence of almost criminal negligence for which people should actually be prosecuted. Somebody signed off the ferry as having been inspected without themselves looking at the ferry, that they had information that were passed to them by somebody else. In the technical world, you never do that. You cannot sign an important like this on the basis of hearsay. You didn't see anything. Madam Speaker, you look at the budgeting, there has been a complaint that these people are not getting adequate funding and for a long time. So, Madam Speaker, to me, I do not want to spend time, but this is not a document that we should, this report is not only about the services of the ferry services, it is a document that can be used to look at all our services, particularly technical services. You will find exactly the same problems everywhere. Even the regulator does not escape blame. So, Madam Speaker, I don't want to do this. I just recommend the committee for the work they did, support it and say, to me, this is an eye-opener. To me, this is a document that should be looked in a broader context of how we run our systems and our governance in all areas. Madam Speaker, I support the report.
Very well. The member for Seme. And members, just for your info and information that at 6 o'clock, the Speaker directed that we'll be moving to adjourn motion to discuss the floods in the country as a matter of national importance. So with this matter, can I give the member for Lunga? And I am aware you have no card and you're registered. Members, we are going on recess next time. Please make sure you have your cards with yourselves.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuunga mkono ripoti hii ambayo imeletwa, ambayo inahusu swala la usalama katika vifukio vyetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza ningependa kutoa pongezi kwa kamati ambayo inaongozwa na Mheshimiwa Sharif Nasiri kwa kuweza kuja na ripoti hii ambayo kama kweli sio ripoti ambayo itatumika kwa sababu ya majanga yaliyotokea Ferry, lakini ni ripoti ambayo inaweza tumika kwa njia zote za kuhakikisha kuwa usalama wetu umedumishwa na vitengeo ambao vimepewa nafasi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, feri hizi zetu kila siku pale Ferry kuna watu zaidi ya 300,000 wanaovukishwa na vifukio vilo. Na vile vile kuna magari zaidi ya 6,000. Ukiangalia hiyo ni namba kubwa sana ambayo Mheshimiwa Spika ni muhimu iangalie kwa urefu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mengi ambayo yamedokezwa katika ripoti hii ambayo sisi kama wajumbe na wale ambao ni wahusika tulikuwa hatufahamu wala hatuelewi. Wakati kulipotokea janga lile, wengi tulinyooshea kidole wale wasimamizi wa halmashauri ile, lakini kwa kweli ukiangalia ripoti hii Mheshimiwa Spika, kulingana na mipango ile ambayo ni ya Kenya Ferry, ni kuwa kila ferry inatakikana itumike miaka 20. Lakini ukiangalia katika ripoti hii Mheshimiwa Spika, MV Harambe ilitengenezwa mwaka 1990, iko na miaka 30 mpaka leo. Ukiangalia MV Likoni ilitengenezwa mwaka 2010 na vile vile iko na miaka 10. Mheshimiwa Spika, kulingana na mipango hii, basi kuna umuhimu ya serikali iwe katika zile pesa ambazo zinaombwa na shirika kama hili ziweze kupatiwa, kwa sababu hili si jambo la barabara wala si jambo ambalo linatumika kiholela, lakini hili ni jambo ambalo kila siku linabeba watu, na hizi feri ama vifukio vovote ambao viko ndani nchi yetu, si ndege, si feri, ni lazima zile pesa ambazo wakiomba wapatiwe, ili tusinyooshe vidole kwa wale wasimamia wa mashirika kama haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama vile wenzangu walivyosema, kuna umuhimu katika ripoti hii pia imependekeza kuwa katika hizi feri zikiwa zinatumika kila siku, ni lazima ama ni aula wale ambao watakuwa pale ndani pawe kuna wale warukambinzi ambao wataweza kusaidia kwa majanga kwa wakati wote. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu wakati kuna mengi ningependa kuzungumza, lakini ela tu ni kuwapa kongole na kusema naunga mkono ripoti hii ya Kenya Ferry. Asante sana kwa kunipa fursa hii Mheshimiwa Spika.
Kiswahili imeruhusiwa katika bunge letu, tulipitisha motion. Very well spoken, member for Lunga in Kiswahili. So, honourable members, I have the member for next. And I can see you are both in intervention and you're also on the request list. That is the member, no, not, Narok, you don't just move your things. The member for Narok North, or Lekenta Moitalal, you are both on request and you're also on intervention. Let me hear, you want to speak on which one?
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I'm standing under Order 95 and I request that the mover be called upon to reply. This is important because we are going for a 2-month recess, and it's important that this issue is attended to immediately by the ferry services. So I would like the mover to reply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If we don't do it,
It's, can I hear, let me give you 2 minutes before I prosecute. Let me hear the, Honorable Manje, just let me hear from you. So that we don't take it as an abuse of position in the House. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want also to put my voice onto this one because we normally use ferry,
Yes.
especially the Likoni channel, to go to the south coast. And also this is a channel that is very important to Kenyans and also tourists. Therefore, it has to be taken care of. I want to talk on 2 areas. That is the first one, occupational accident that happened, like the one necessitated the death of Mariam Kigenda and Amada Mutheu, which I thought it was due to the negligence of the ferry services and the workers at that particular time. Because if they do proper service the way they are supposed to do and follow the regulation and also the safety of the vessel, then that accident could not have happened. The other area that I think we need to check is from Kenya Maritime Authority that rests these ferries. It has to come up and make sure that it gives lessons to ferries that are worthy to the sea. Like this MV Nyayo, MV Kridini, and MV Harambe, the one that caused the accident, are not seaworthy. I think they are not supposed to be licensed. So I tend to think we should look at that point and make sure that our sea is secure. Thank you, I support.
You support very well. Honorable Musimba, let me also hear from you for 2 minutes so that I can rule that it's not an abuse of position. Yes?
Asante, Madam Speaker, kwa fursa hii. Nilikuwa nataka tu kuipatia kongele na kusema umuhimu wa hizi jahazi kuvukia kule pale Likoni. Ni muhimu sana kwa ajili ya pendekezo ya usafiri wa goods mingi ambao inaingia Kenya yetu. Kwa hivyo watu ni muhimu wachukue jukumu yao.
Honorable Musimba, a member is I can hear the members that goods is not Kiswahili.
Wajua ni muhimu kujitahidi kwa lugha yetu ya kitaifa na ili tuendelee mbele. Lakini umuhimu wa hii report ambayo imependekezwa hapa na Mheshimiwa Swamad ya tuelekeza ya kuambia maswali ya usalama ni muhimu kwa kila pengele ambao tunaendelea nayo. Kwa hiyo kwa hayo machache nataka niwaunge mkono na kutoa kongele kwa kamiti kwa report ambayo wamefanikisha hapa bungeni. Asante.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa kutoka Kibwezi West. Members, I prosecute the request person to standing order number 95 by the Honorable Lekenta that the mover be called upon to reply given the reason that he has just given. Will as many as of this opinion say aye? And as many as of the opinion say nay? Or members, the ayes have it. The mover, you have 2 minutes to reply.
Ningependa tu kuweza kutoa shukrani na kuweza kuwajulisha wenzangu ya kuwa lao itafika saa 12 kupitia sheria zetu za bunge. Ikifika saa 12 na hatujaweza kumaliza, basi kuna uwezekano. Nataka tu kufafanua wenzangu waweze kufahamu kwa nini tunakata ya kwa Mheshimiwa Koyo alikuwa ameomba ikifika saa 12 bunge liweze kusimamishwa lizungumze kuhusiana na mambo ya maafa ya mifuriko. Kwa hivyo mimi ni kutoa shukrani na sasa tunaacha jukumu kwa Kenya Ferry Services na Kenya Maritime Authority na wizara. Kama wajumbe tumefanya kazi yetu, tumeweza kumaliza, na mimi ni kuweza kutoa shukrani kwa kila aliyehusika, wajumbe wenzangu, wafanyakazi wa bunge wakiwemo makarani na afisi ya spika na afisi ya karani mkuu. Asante sana na nawatakia likizo yenye heri na fanaka.
Very well, members. This member working in Honorable Mama County of Nairobi. You can just resume your seat. That is Honorable Pasaris. She's just coming to make a contribution. Members, I put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on its inquiry into the safety of ferries, as observed in the audited accounts of Kenya Ferry Services for the financial year 2016-2017, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 3rd, 2019. As many as of these opinions say aye. And as many as the contrary opinion say nay. Members, the ayes have it. Next order. Honourable members, the time being 6 p.m. and the substantive speaker had already given the ruling or given the Honourable Jared Okello to move the adjournment motion or to discuss the ravaging floods in the country. Communication has been done on the same that Honorable Koyo will do the presentation of the moving of the same on behalf of the Honorable Jared Okello. So, Honorable Koyo, please do your move.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the consideration. Madam Speaker, on the onset, I want to bring the plight of the constituents of Jared Okello, who by extension are also my constituents. For clarity purposes, I want to alert the House that Moroni and Nyando used to be the same constituency until a later date when boundary review found it fit that Moroni be divided to remain a farming and industrial station of the predominant then Nyando constituency, and Nyando remains a commercial station of the former Nyando constituency. So whatever affects Moroni affects Nyando, and whatever affects Nyando affects Moroni. Madam Speaker, this House should know that the current rains have not been very kind to human, and our people are really suffering. As I stand here, we have several innocent children who cannot locate their parents because they've been dislodged from their homes. People are living in makeshift camps under very hazardous health conditions, and I'm calling upon various international and local humanitarian organizations to go to the site and find how they can help the situation temporarily. It is most unfortunate that several years after independence, that we have a government after government that take oath to take charge of the life and security of their citizenry. And they do very little to mitigate challenges that are very open, challenges that they do not like. The floods we are talking about, they are not things that have just happened accidentally. They are things that happen almost perennially. And the government, the best they can do is to avail foodstuff and some blankets temporarily, and nothing has happened that can mitigate this catastrophe permanently. We had this kind of situation affecting the people of Budalangi. Efforts were made by the government and dikes were built, and it has been contained to some extent. We are wondering why it has been found fit to do the same, corrective measures that was done for Budalangi in Nyando and Moroni. I'm aware that as I'm making this statement in this House, that the people of Pokot are also victims. Some people in parts of Mombasa are also victims, and maybe some parts of Western. But we are calling upon the government to be serious with this flood menace and make sure that something permanent is done. That the lots of money that I saw recently through this House and through newspapers being wasted under the guise of building dams that did not stand to solve any of these kind of problems, that should be rechanneled and should be used to help this situation. As I am talking here, we have people at a place in Nyando. The most affected people are people in Onjiko, Magina, Kabonyo, Kanyagwal, and other parts. Moroni, we are the most affected areas, and the people bordering Uroba River. We have people around Obomba, around Achuodo, Kango, and they're living in makeshift camps. So I would wish that the various NGOs that deal with the humanitarian issues should go and pitch tent there and make sure that temporary solutions are done. The government, we thought, was going to use the proposed Koru Soin Dam to be a long-term solution for this. But I'm astounded that even at the supplementary bill that was just signed yesterday, I did not see like this project was captured and the monies were projected in it. So we are wondering and calling upon the government to be serious that we cannot have a problem benefiting the citizenry this year, the next year, and several years, and yet when a serious government coming into effect, they take oath and they say that they are going to ensure that the problems benefiting the citizenry are done and the solutions found, and we don't have this kind of thing anymore and people are suffering. Now we are having our roads being ravaged. And much to our consternation is when the rain starts subsiding, the agencies read in this situation, CARA, that are tasked with making government agency roads. When they will be giving money, you will find that monies are channeled to constituencies in central, parts of northeastern, in Rift Valley, and the roads that are done, the roads that are being ravaged, like my roads are being ravaged now, the roads in Nyando are going to be almost non-existent. The bridges have been swept. When you go and look for money, you are told that there is no money, and you easily see a very good, fabulous consideration given to a colleague in other. These are not very good. We want the government to be serious. And this question of the floods, perennial floods in Kano, something must be done for permanent solution. We had a test case. We had this kind of floods, perennial floods. We were sharing them with our colleagues in Budalangi. And since the government became serious with Budalangi, I don't know for what reason, maybe at that time, some people wanted to move the Budalangi people out of mainstream opposition, and dikes were built. So some kind of solution was found. And you can see, when we stand here, we will be walking out to recess, you'll see my colleague from Budalangi is glittering with good health, because these people are not disturbing him. He's not getting phone calls the whole night like I am doing. So we would want the government to immediately move. The same contractor, the same mechanism that was used to control to some extent. I'm not saying that Budalangi was done, because the biggest bridge that they were going to build there, I think, did not work, and I think got rocked because of corruption. So we would want whatever action that was taken to mitigate the situation in Budalangi to be done in our place. But all in all, I am begging the government, those who are concerned with this situation like this, to make sure that something serious is done so that our people can be able to walk. I'm also reminding those concerned with road making that when the roads subside, we would want to fix our roads. And it will mean giving CARA agencies, CARA directorate in charge of our areas, monies that can help us recondition and recoup the roads. But, and that should be done and should not generate any debate. Something about River Nyando must be done so that dredging, even Lake Victoria, I'm afraid that if proper dredging is not done, very soon it's going to have people around staying there, people of Seme, people of Nyakach and the South Nyanta neighborhood, they're going to be displaced. Because I've seen each time that we are affected by the Nyando floods from the Nandi Hills, and the water in River Lake Victoria also overspills, and the homesteads around start getting affected. So I want to say that this is a very serious thing, and it is not a story I'm telling, it's not politics, and that I'm calling upon the government to be serious and to humanitarian agencies that are available to go and pitch tent there and make sure that something can be done. We are talking about innocent people, about young girls who are going to be abused, because they cannot even access their homes, because they cannot even access their whatever they take when the times are bad. I don't know what they are called, because I did not do biology, and I'm not a very good friend of, Dr. Nyikal, who studied medicine. I want to say that this is a very serious thing, and I'm calling upon this House. I will call upon my colleague, Honorable Wanjala Obudalangi, to support this motion I'm moving, and also shed light with us in this House on how the Budalangi situation was, I can't say it was controlled, it was curtailed, and what they should do to make ours better, what the government should do in the case of Nyando and Moroni, to make ours better as slightly some kind of solution as we wait for a permanent solution to be done. Otherwise, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the consideration And I hope this has gone into the ears of the relevant authorities and agencies, and that's something will be done as a matter of urgency and with seriousness. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Koyo. This member upstanding, member for Budalang, we do not second. This is not, is not a bill or a motion. It's never second. But the Honorable Koyo just say you support. And I'm sure you'll get your time to support it. I don't know, he's afraid that you're not going to support his... yeah, you'll get your time to support. But we don't second. We do not second. So... you resume your seat. The Honorable Member for Budalang. I've even seen you walking in 10 minutes ago. Of course, you were here before you went to consult. Yeah, we have members, 18 requests actually, which you're amongst them. Can we have the member for Kinago, Tukukwenya first?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on this adjournment motion.
And as you contribute on the members, maybe a point of reminder to the honourable members that in such a debate of the motion, we have 5 minutes for your planning.
Thank you for that guidance, Madam Speaker. I wish to support this motion based on what we are going through as a country. And most of us, I would want to believe that this is happening in all over the country, whereby floods are really becoming an issue, since there seems to be heavy downpour that was unprecedented. And it is so saddening. The rate at which we are losing our loved ones. Today, we were counting a number of about 150 souls who've been swept away by floods. And this, I mean, losing human beings like that, we cannot just continue counting and think that just counting numbers. We are counting lives, and we have not seen enough being done by the government in terms of mitigating the current kind of predicament that we find ourselves in. And we have a department that has been formed through the Act of Parliament called National Disaster Management Authority. And I believe they are inadequately funded, because such occurrences could happen any other time. And indeed, as much as we want to blame ourselves and maybe blame our abuse of an environment, we've seen this happen because these natural calamities are things that we cannot really be in a position to protect ourselves from. And this happens even in the developed countries, whereby countries that have invested in forest cover, like USA, you find that their forest cover is above 60%, and still this happens. You find countries like China, countries like Japan, there are these occurrences these calamities keep on appearing. So really what we need to do as a country is to empower and fund adequately the agencies that are entrusted with managing disaster. Because what we saw in West Pokot is so saddening, whereby the cabinet secretary could not even get to the destination where he had planned to go and join the people who were in the rescue mission because of bad weather. But anyway, for those people who consider life, we saw the deputy president risking his life just to be there with the people and to condole with them and to encourage them and to give them moral and humanitarian support. And really, Madam Speaker, we need as leaders to come back into our senses. And that is why I support BBI, whereby cabinet secretaries and ministers are going to come from this house, because members of parliament take risk. They go to places where technocrats will never get to, because they feel it's too risky, or people down there do not matter. And therefore, Madam Speaker, as I support this adjournment motion, we need as a house to stamp our authority, especially in budget making process. Make sure that we put our money where it matters. You can imagine the thousands of people who are sleeping out. I have a case study in Nyandarua County, where a village in Kipipiri, a whole village, people are sleeping out. Yet we have a government in place that can spend a colossal amount of money on a document called BBI. Yet we cannot allocate the same money to make sure that there's a roof on our people, that they have bread on their table. I mean, something is very wrong in this country, and we must fix it as Parliament. We cannot just be fence-sitters to look at things happening because we are too afraid to address them. I miss the days when members of Parliament were members of Parliament, where Martin Shikuku would stand for the Wanjiku in Butere, where we had Matiba, who paid the ultimate price because of the people, and that is what this House ought to do. Because if we fail to do it now, history is going to judge us so harshly. The people elected us to go and represent them, but which we failed because we wanted to please the masters of the day. We must break from this cocoon and do what we have to do. I am, Madam Speaker, as I conclude,
There is
I would wish...
order before you conclude, Honorable Member for Kinangop. What is out of order, Honorable Musimba Patrick, Member for Kibwezi West?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes, which standing order?
Standing order 96,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. You know, which is very clear about our roles as members of Parliament. We are here to oversight, represent, and legislate. It is not in order and out of order, and the honourable member must withdraw that sentiment that the current members of Parliament are not doing their jobs. We wake up every day to slog. He's saying he's wishing on those days which are of yonder, of yes, great people who stood in this house and defended. But we are here as honorable members, and we cannot accept such an indictment.
Very well. You want him to withdraw?
I would request humbly that the honorable member
But Honorable Musimba, even as we request the member, the standing order number 96 does not. Yeah, so maybe you can have the speaker help you to on relevance or something else. But standing order number 96, we don't want to mislead the public.
Completely out of order.
No, don't give it to Musimba. Let me hear what he has to say. Time is over, but for standing order number 96 is on adjournment of debate. But what Honorable Musimba...
That is what I'm trying to tell you.
What Honorable Musimba did refer, I understood.
Madam
it was
Speaker.
about relevance, and of course, the member, Honorable Musimba wants you to withdraw to the effect that the members of this assembly, National Assembly, don't do their job. Honorable Member for Kwenya, as you continue, maybe you can make a statement on that.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm honorable member for Kinangop, not for Kwenya. Kwenya is my name. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kwenya member for Kinangop.
Madam Speaker, I wish to state here that I do not want to impute improper motive on my colleagues, but what I'm saying is that we must rise up to the occasion because we are budget-making body, and we must do that. Allocate money to where it matters. We must put our money where our mouth is. And with those few remarks, I wish to congratulate Honorable Koyo for bringing in for moving this motion on adjournment so that we can discuss the issues that are affecting our people. And I want to wish all members a Merry Christmas and a happy year 2020. And let us address the issues that affect our people down there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kwenya, not a member for Kwenya. Yeah, then let me have the member for Rongai, Honorable Moi Kipruto.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And I would just like to register my sadness at those that have been affected by these floods. These floods, Madam Speaker, are not confined just to constituencies. They're confined to, they're all over, counties and so forth. Our neighbor in Baringo have been seriously affected. And even my constituency of Rongai has not been spared. There are two areas called Kayole and Boita that have been severely devastated by floods. And I would like to appeal to the government that we supply these people with medicines and food, because I don't believe, Madam Speaker, that the counties have the capacity to do these things. We go to the ground and they tell us, talk to the county government. The counties do not have the capacity. Counties are financially strapped. So we would like to appeal to the national government for them to be involved, Madam Speaker, to supply these medicines, as I have said, and food. And the time, Madam Speaker, is now, not tomorrow. It is now, because children are suffering, women are suffering, everybody is suffering. So with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I thank you and I wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Very well. The member for Tana River, the county women rep for Tana River. The Honorable Hassan Rehema.
Asante, Bi Speaker. Na nitataka kumpatia kongole Mheshimiwa Koyo kwa kuleta hoja hii ya muhimu kwa Wakenya wote. Ama kweli mafuriko hapa Kenya yamekuwa ni janga kuu, haswa kwa wale ambao wengi wetu tunatoka kwa sehemu ambayo iko tambarare. Mimi nasema kwa serikali kuwa shida zingine ni shida ambazo zinaweza kutatulika. Kwa mfano kama sehemu ninayotoka mimi ni tambarare kweli, lakini kule Tana River kuna barabara za maji, na barabara zile zinaweza zikajengewa ili maji yasiweze kupita kwa pale kwa wingi. Kama kwa mfano kuna eneo la Madogo, sehemu ya Ziwani ambayo iko ng'ambo ile ya mto, sehemu ya Garissa. Ni barabara ndogo sana ambayo iko pale ya maji, ambapo hata serikali ikichukua hatua yaweza ikazuia yale maji yasiwe yanaingia kwa ile miji. Kwa hivyo mimi ningekuwa naomba ni afadhali, Kiswahili kinasema kuwa ni heri kuziba ufa kuliko kujenga ukuta. Yatakana tuweza kuyapangilia mambo kama yale ambao kwa lugha ya Kimongo mnasema mitigation. Ni muhimu sana. Pale mapema tunajua hizi hatari ziko miaka nenda miaka rudi. Lazima tuweza kujipanga. Kama kwa saa hii Tana River sehemu kubwa yao wako ndani ya maji, mimea iko ndani ya maji, manyumba yamebomoka. Pia ninaomba kwa wale wasawaria wema waweze pia kwenda zile sehemu zimeathirika kama vile Tana River, unasikia tuko na huko Pokot, zile sehemu zimeathirika, pia waweze kupeana misaada hawa watu wanaumia. Kuna watu wanalala kwenye nyumba ambazo wamezifinika na nguo zao, hawana mahema. Waweze kufikishiwa hizo hema, chakula na hata madawa. Kwa hayo naunga mkono. Asante.
Let's get the member for Nairobi. The position Nairobi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Kenya has always talked about having disaster management, rapid response, funds to help people. But it's really sad. I mean, here in Nairobi, whenever we have a fire, and I try and look for money for disaster, under the National Affirmative Action Fund, we get a maximum of maybe 1 million shillings for a disaster if they divide the money equally for the entire country. We came up with a rule that some countries don't have disasters, so let's try and see if we can give the counties that have disasters. But as you're looking at it right now, I did call the National Affirmative Action Fund and said, look, we've had floods in Nairobi, we've got people displaced, women's houses need probably corrugated sheets. Can we have money? And the maximum they could give me for the entire county of Nairobi was 1 million shillings. If you go to devolution and you say you want food, they say whatever food we had, we have already distributed it through the county commissioner's office. We do not know how we're going to deal with disasters if we do not budget and provide for them. Rapid response means that every county, if not the national government, should have a system where you can have people rush and help Kenyans. Right now, we're having so many pay bill numbers coming up. And these pay bill numbers are started by NGOs and private people. And it's a good initiative, but how do we know that this is going to actually reach the people? When it comes to national disaster, a country has to have provision. And when you have disasters like the floods we've had, sometimes I wonder, why can't we send all the forces that we have in terms of even the KDF to help the people, and even to construct the houses or to give them tents. You know, we don't have to wait. Like when we had the post-election violence, we set up camps. Right now, I feel with these rains, we've not actually been responsive as a country, and it's really sad. And I feel it starts and ends with us here. When we are making budgets, we need to look at the disaster. And I know that the laws are also pending in terms of disaster management and budget reallocations, and I feel that the national government cannot leave disasters only to the county. It is something, it's almost like war on a people when you have a disaster. And we are always seeing private sector, we're always seeing the Red Cross. I know we're funding the Red Cross, and the Red Cross does an amazing job. But I feel that us as leaders are not able to be felt, because when they're looking for us, how do we go empty-handed? So even when we are looking for National Affirmative Action money, right, the members of parliament that are here, majority of whom are men, never agree for the National Affirmative Action Fund to have money, all right? So if we were able to increase that fund for the women reps, then we would be able to respond for disasters. Because I don't think when it comes to disasters, when we are given the kitty for disasters, that we should start thinking about who has more money. We only have 6 million shillings per constituency per year. All right, so 1 million shillings for the entire year for disasters is inadequate. So what I'm suggesting is that maybe we should, as parliamentarians, look at having one national disaster fund. And when we have that one national disaster fund, all leaders can pull together when it comes to a disaster. But for right now, it is such a shame that majority of the people that are having disasters, that have no food, that have their furniture and everything destroyed because of waters and floods and storm drains not working, are not able to be helped. There is no city in the world that can combat natural disasters, no matter what. Even in America, in London, everywhere you have disasters. Disasters are bound to happen. Now with the climate changes, we know that flooding is going to be a big disaster. I think it's important that we have to pay attention to that. As far as the dams are concerned, I think we have a dam that collapsed today. We need to also ensure that we reinforce our dams, because if we don't do that, we're going to have an even bigger disaster where more lives are lost. As I stand here, I pay my condolences to all the families that have lost their loved ones, and to tell them that as leaders, we have failed them, because we never provided enough for them, but we're going to work hard and tirelessly to make sure that we have more better responses.
Very well. The member for Nambale, Honorable Munyasi John.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This indeed is a very weighty motion. Whereas we have had the extremes of disasters has happened in West Pokot, and my condolences go to the many families that lost lives, and many of those have been displaced, and many of those for whose lives will be almost permanently disrupted and changed. So I think a special condolence should go to West Pokot. But this is a general problem, the climate change thing. It's almost, we describe it in blanket terms. But at the back of every incident is a family that is displaced, is a family that loses a loved one, and we know that this is ravaging many parts of the world. I have a citizen of mine from Nambale who was drowned in Uganda while he was doing scientific work on one of the dams, and we have not even been able to locate the body as of now. It's indeed not easy. In respect of my own constituency, this might be descriptive of areas where the nature of the disaster is somewhat different from the excesses and extremes that have occurred, let's say in West Pokot, where homes of the elderly, it's usually the elderly, the widows or widowers, who may still be living in mud houses, grass-thatched mud houses, and with the heavy rainfall that we've had, loosens the ground and the houses virtually collapse. And there's nowhere else to go into for socio-cultural reasons or for reasons of extreme poverty. And indeed, we have no resources available to be able to intervene in a decisive way. I was very saddened when we discussed the issue of West Pokot some time ago, and people casually, and I want to add the word carelessly, said that, but we have a county government, they are getting lots of money. The challenge we have is much beyond county government. The challenge we have is even beyond Kenya itself. That's why we have shown signs of great inability to respond. And I attribute that to lack of a program that is conceived, funded, practiced, and ready to move. That we are able to move our troops all the way to Somalia, move our troops to places where we can be able to save our people. In those extreme circumstances, soldiers operate much better. They are better fast responders than ordinary swimmers and ordinary people and so on. Madam Speaker, this is indeed very weighty for Kenya. As we move as a nation, one characteristic of a nation that is growing and loves its people is that every soul of their citizen matters. They will fly a plane to save one person from danger if they can do that. They will not sit back and simply watch and wait and wait. And I think we must get out of that mode. We are now a middle-class economy. We are no longer where we used to be, irrespective of how we feel about ourselves, about our lack of jobs and growth, but we are now a middle-class economy. I think we should be able to commit resources to be able to save lives. In my constituency, I have schools that have been endangered, so much so that for some of them, we are just glad that schools have closed. And if the rains persist to late December, they may be in danger of sitting in those classrooms when we open in January. Schools in the northern part of my constituency, Walatsi, Buhayo North, areas like those. We have schools like Opedur that are tinkering as if they would fall because we need scientific drainage. It's a slope. There are soils that carry a lot of water, retain a lot of water, and they can shake even those so-called permanent structures. What we need is the support, in that case, of drainage. And in many places, drainage would help. I know my colleague from Budalangi would say it even a lot better, but one reason why Budalangi is not always on the front pages now is that the drainage and the dike system that have been done is helping. The government can do something. The government must not sit back and say, now that's devolved. And yet government itself has no scientific solution to it. For example, we blame counties for lack of extension. It had died at the national government long ago. And I think we are facing the same problem with disaster management. I think it's time that we had a well-conceived plan, and its implementation can then be devolved to the counties, but should be fully funded. With that, I want to thank Honorable Koyo for bringing up this motion of adjournment. I support strongly.
Very well. The member for Lamu, Honorable Hobo Mohammed.
Thank you, Speaker, kwa kunipatia nafasi hii na mimi kuchangia. Nataka kutoa kongole kwa Mheshimiwa Koyo kuleta mswada huu. Speaker, mafuriko yanaathiri sehemu nyingi za Kenya, Lamu ikiwa mojawapo. Speaker, kabla kutoa lawama, pia ningependa kushukuru serikali kwa jitihada zile wanazojitahidi, lakini ukweli ni kwamba kazi ya zaidi inafaa kufanyika. Maeneo ya Moa na Chalaluma, Lamu County, yameathirika pakubwa na mafuriko. Speaker, mwaka jana mafuriko yalitokea na paka sasa kulikuwa na mipango ya hawa kulipwa, kamati ilipendekeza, lakini paka leo hawajalipwa. Na yale yaliyotokea sasa yametokea zaidi mengine. Kila mwaka sasa yamekuwa yakitokea. Hawa wafugaji wanapata matatizo sana, kwa sababu hali ya hewa imebadilika. Ikiwa si mafuriko ni ukame. Ukame unatokea, na nashukuru serikali ilichukua jitihadi kutumia shirika la KMC. Shirika hili nashangaa, sijui hawajui map za Kenya, kwa sababu walienda kaunti zingine zote wakaokoa wafugaji, wakachukua ile mifugo, wakachukua wao, wakachinja, wakasaidia wale ambao hawana chakula. Lakini Lamu hawakufika. Sijui sisi map ya Lamu inakaa vipi, au ni watu hawaielewelewi, au wanaona hawa ni wanyonge wazidi kugandamizwa. Manake wafugaji wa Lamu hawakupata kusaidika na hili shirika la KMC. Wengine wengi wamesaidika, wao hawakusaidika. Sasa hii watu wengine wanalipwa kwa ile mifugo walotoa wakati wa ukame. Watu wangu wa Lamu wametatizika. Na ukweli ni kwamba Lamu ni county ambayo ina wafugaji. Sehemu ya wito Wito ward nzima kuna upande mkubwa jamii ya Waorma wako hapo na wana mifugo mingi. Ukienda Hindi majirani zetu na sisi wenyewe kuna jamii ya Wasomalia wako pale ni wengi, na hata Waijara wanatoka kule wakija kwetu kutafuta malisho. Sasa lakini wakati wa mavuno sisi Lamu wanatusahau. Bi Speaker, hawa nataka ili shirika wajue Lamu ni Kenya na natuhitaji service zote zile zinapeana kwa Wakenya wengine. Hata kama namba za kura ni kidogo na hizi hisabu zimetuzidi kutuumiza, lakini sisi ni Wakenya, na kama vile inavyosemekana kila kura inahesabiwa na haiwezi kwenda mbili kama haijaanza na moja. Sisi ni Wakenya kule, na matatizo yako naomba serikali itutambue sisi tusiseme tu watu walotengwa siku zote. Serikali naomba wapeleke misaada mbali na chakula, zile bidhaa ambazo si chakula kama mablanketi na mambo mengine yatasaidia sana. Kuna watu wameathirika na ikiwa hawasaidiwi inaongeza umaskini. Wenyeji wanajitahidi, wanafanya kazi mwaka mzima, ikifika wakati wa mafuriko vitu vyao vyote vimeenda, umaskini unazidi. So ni muhimu serikali iongeze bidii, isaidie, na wasisahau Lamu nao pia ni county ya wafugaji. Asante Bi Speaker.
Karibu sana. Member for Budalangi. Budalangi, let's hear. Honorable Wanjala Sauti.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand, Madam Speaker, to support this motion. Madam Speaker, before I support the motion, I want first of all to send condolences, Madam.
I can see you've really followed the honorable member for Lamu. You cannot mix English and
She happens to be a friend.
Carry on.
Yeah, I want first of all to send my heartfelt condolences to those Kenyans who have lost their lives in the current floods that are ravaging the whole country. Madam Speaker, floods, as we from Budalangi, we have that experience and we know how much disastrous it is. Madam Speaker, when floods come, first of all, they will wash away all your houses, all your belongings, and wherever you run away to possibly safer ground or higher grounds, that water again comes with waterborne diseases and with a lot of mosquitoes that will now bring a lot of malaria. And the death rate is always very high in those areas that get floods. This is something the government must address, the issues of floods. The issues of floods in most areas, the locals have solutions, but they don't have the capacity to do whatever they want to do. But we have been also let down by the government officers because they don't want to consult the locals on how to solve the issues of flooding. They come with their imported solutions that do not work on the ground. Like here in Budalangi, we have been asking, even as we are talking right now, some of my areas in Budalangi are flooded, but people may not know. Today, Siginga, the whole sublocation is underwater. Rukala, the whole sublocation is underwater. Buluani, the whole sublocation is underwater. And Madua is underwater. Ianga, Wuhuma, and Bubamba. All those areas are underwater. The whole constituency. And of course, you know, Budalangi has two rivers that ravage us. That is River Yala and River Nzoia. And we've been asking the government that we know the solution, just dredge the mouths of these rivers. All the waters will run into the lake. And Madam Speaker, today even Lake Victoria is receding. Because what is being taken into Lake Victoria is soil. So the water, the lake is receding, and if it continues like this, maybe in 100 years to come, there will be no Lake Victoria. So we need to dredge the rivers, the mouths of these rivers, to allow the water to run into the lake. Once the water is allowed into the lake, even the fish will now come out into these other areas where they can breed. Today, there are no fish in Lake Victoria because the fish cannot get places to breed. These are the issues the government must work on. And recently, we went with the Chinese, who has a dredger in Kisumu. That dredger was gotten by Prime Minister Raila Odinga from Uganda, which is working at the Kisumu port. And we saw what is supposed to be done. They only require 320 million, and they desilt these rivers. Let the government provide this money. The dredger will even work today as we are talking. But they want the water to go into people's homes, destroy their properties. The UN gives them billions, which they will not spend on these people again, but the money will go into their pockets. We are tired of talking about floods that we can contain, that we can control. Yes, at the moment we have a project of Lower Nzoia. They are working on dikes. But we are telling them dikes are only secondary solution. The primary
You're not on record. We always have 5 minutes. Honorable member, for the sake of other members, let me hear what Kisumu County, one of the constituent member for Suna East, and on the minority leadership.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't come from Kisumu. That place is...
No, I did not see the Kisumu one. I'm here to give the Kisumu one that I said Suna East.
And that place is flooding.
You may.
At this point in time, I don't want to come from Kisumu. That place is flooding. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity.
The member for Suna East.
Yeah, thank you for giving me an opportunity.
After you.
Madam Speaker, first I want to send also my condolences to the family of Kenya, to the families of Kenyans who have lost lives in these floods. It is very, very heartening, Madam Speaker, to see people who have slept at night and landslide happens and then they are buried in the sand. It's very painful death, Madam Speaker, and I would like to send my condolences, heartfelt condolences to those families that have gone through that traumatizing period in this country at this moment in time, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, having said that, we have to interrogate, Madam Speaker, as a country on how we respond to disasters, Madam Speaker. And I thought under the new constitution, Madam Speaker, and this has been what I said, this is what I said few days ago, when a disaster happened in West Pokot County. Madam Speaker, we cannot do things the same way all the time and expect a different results. Because, Madam Speaker, we are used to, as a country, a situation where disaster happens in a very far area of the country, and you expect response to come from Nairobi. And you know very well that this country now has devolution, which is supposed to be working. And Madam Speaker, the first line of rescue should come from the county government, Madam Speaker. Even the Constituency Development Fund, the CDF, has some funds that is meant for emergency. If an emergency occurs in the constituency, maybe a roof is blown off a school by a wind, or some disaster happens, they respond. It's very little money. I think it's around 4 or 5 million shillings per year. I have seen a situation where counties don't have any emergency funds, Madam Speaker. Disaster happens in the area, and they can do nothing about it. And surely, they receive a lot of money every financial year, not like the CDF. They receive billions of shillings. You'll see drought, famine happening in some counties, and you see people dying. And there's a county government that exists in that area. And they carry the name of government, national government, county government. A government should operate better than that. a disaster happens, Madam Speaker, the only thing you hear the county government saying is, we need help. Can people from Nairobi come? Now, how long will it take for somebody from Nairobi to reach there to rescue a life? It may take him days, because disaster is something that requires very fast response, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it really bothers me that in this era, when devolution is almost 10 years old in this country, we are still operating the same way, the same manner that we are operating when we didn't have devolution in this country. I was seeing the other day some members accusing, why has national government not come there? And I saw some characters going to West Pokot and taking selfies with dead bodies, saying that we are from the national government and we have come to rescue you, we have come to help you. It doesn't work that way. It is even better to send money from the national government to the county government so that they can respond to that disaster. You don't even need minister or permanent secretary or anybody to go there. Just wire the money to the county government and tell them, can you respond to that? Because you are going there to do what? To go and see dead bodies? And to fly with a chopper? Madam Speaker, I want to conclude by saying, if we continue responding to disasters as we do normally as a country, we will continue losing lives. I can guarantee you that. Now, this country must come up with a proper policy on how they want to address disasters. And especially, we must empower the county governments, because those are the people who live closest to the people who suffer from disasters. If a disaster now happens in Nairobi, the first people who should respond should be the Nairobi County government, because it's a government by them, unless they are fake governments. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support, and I want to thank Honorable Koyo for bringing the motion. It's timely, and I hope he has not lost people.
Very well. He spoke for his people. The member Odual Adhiambo, nominated, I'm sure, Kenyan member, I'm sure Kisumu County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for opportunity to speak on this motion. And Madam Speaker, I would like on the outset to express very, very sincere condolences, particularly to those who, as a result of the floods, not only in Nyando, but in many parts of Kenya, West Pokot, Turkana, and indeed different parts of the country who lost their lives. Madam Speaker, I agree indeed that we in Kenya have to take much more deliberate action. Madam Speaker, as we talk about Nyando floods, and I thank and recognize Honorable Koyo who brought this, Madam Speaker, to the House. At this particular time, the Honorable Okello is really on the ground, seeking to try and handle the situation. It is important, Madam Speaker, that we are aware that when we think of what is happening in Nyando and Muhoroni, the worst hit villages, Madam Speaker, need to be given a face and a name. We have Kaswindi South, Kanyipola, Kasambura, Kalo North, Kalo South, and Madam Speaker, we have indeed seen that one of the key strategies that we need to start thinking of is how we can build and indeed reinforce the ability of local people to resist the impact of disaster. I know, Madam Speaker, we have all said that we would like to see indeed, and we look to see how the national government can indeed work, and indeed the county government. I know, Madam Speaker, that we are all aware of the health hazards as we look at little children, babies, elderly persons, persons with disability. I know, Madam Speaker, as we listen to the voices of all those women and children, Millicent Otieno from Tunda village, who was seeking and calling on the government. As Madam Speaker, unfortunately, we have grown to say Sirikali's idea. I think, Madam Speaker, in addition to the policy where we are going to see how we can learn even from what we saw in Budalangi, we really must remember that we need to give the capacity, build the capacity of the local people and continue to ensure that they will be better able to take care of themselves. And so, Madam Speaker, I congratulate the people of Nyando and all the other parts who have tried to see the ways that they can face this, invite government and other partners, but in particular, Madam Speaker, call upon us to use traditional knowledge on floods to ensure that we can complement. And indeed, Madam Speaker, allow me also to wish everyone who is going through this difficulty all the best. Wish a Merry Happy New Year to all members of the County Assembly, and particularly to Siaya County, where I come from. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The member for Kajiado North. The Honorable Manje Wasigo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance also to contribute to the same. First, I want to take this opportunity also to mourn with many Kenyans who have lost their relatives and friends, and also condole them, and say it has happened. It is good to allow those who have gone to go. Maybe I would request that, especially to the parents, during this particular period, we are blessed with rains. Make sure that you don't send your children to towns or to places you think is a bit risky at the moment. And also, you know, during this particular time, sometimes men who would go and take one or two, make sure that you go during the day when the rain has not, when you can see yourself. So I want to take this opportunity to maybe condole also with the people who lost their lives in Kajiado County, and also my constituency, Kajiado North, because there is heavy rains and it has swept most of the bridges and people have died. But as a country, we should see why, try to work it out to make sure that next time it will not occur the same. I tend to think as a country we are not properly prepared for this. We have poor infrastructure on the ground, like our roads cannot sustain very heavy rains, especially the main roads near the rivers, and also the bridges, the way they are not very strong. Sometimes our engineers, when they are designing these bridges and the roads, I don't think they really understand how strong the water sometimes or the floods can be. So I tend to think our engineers should come out strongly and make sure that they advise the contractors. And also tell the contractors, if you have been given a chance to construct a bridge in this country, make sure that you do it to the standard. Even if you are getting something, make sure first and foremost you make it for Kenyans, because you make it in a short way, it will sweep. One day maybe your relative will be affected by that particular bridge. And also, I tend to think we should also make sure that at least we strengthen county governments when it comes to response towards this, because they are the ones living where people are. We should empower them, make sure that at least we give them an emergency kit, such that if something happens, it is easier for them to respond instead of waiting from Nairobi, just the way the members are saying. But having said that, we also need to read nature as a country. We should know that these are seasons. There are these rains. Around April, we'll have heavy rains, and that's why I think we have meteorological department to make sure that it captures this data and give it to the government for planning purposes. So sometimes you wonder why, like an exams are given during heavy rains. Like now, we know next year, the same time, there will be rains. Why can't we be in phase with nature? The other animals of the world, they are in phase with nature, apart from us people who can read nature. And instead of being in phase with nature, we antagonize nature, and you know nature is very unforgiving, and that is why sometimes maybe we lose so many Kenyans. And also I would urge Kenyans, why should you construct in the riparian areas? You will see somebody buying a plot at the center of a river. Why can't you take your money somewhere else and you buy a plot in a good place? Why should you construct a house next to a riparian, and you see when floods come, they will come to your house. They will get you where you are. And also those who are trying to divert the course of a river, you can't do that. At the end of the day, it will try to prescribe where it was. So you cannot defeat nature. What you can do is to be in phase with nature, and let us do that. So I want to ask the government to read the seasons, to know the flooding area, time and plan accordingly. I support Mheshimiwa Koyo for bringing this discussion in Parliament.
Very well. The member for Kilome, the Honorable Kidua Zambia.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion by one of our colleagues, Koyo. Let me start by conveying my sincere condolences to my constituents. 3 of them were affected. 3 of them were washed by water this week and the last week. I really condole the families. I'm bordering one of the constituencies by the name Kaiti. So I'm also urging my constituents who are just along that line, because there are a lot of landslides. Kaiti constituency has also been affected. 13 of them have passed on, and entirely Makueni County has been affected. We have 150 families which have been affected by the current floods. I would like to appreciate the government. At least yesterday, the CS Interior was able to come for the rescue. It was in the Kaiti constituency and also Kilome constituency, where at least we could condole with the affected ones. And actually, we've encouraged them, those who are just near the landslide areas, to move to safer grounds, at least to save their lives. What I'm trying to say is that I want to encourage the government to take preventive measures, not when there are floods. We should see on how to improve the situation even before the rains. I would like to urge my fellow engineers to carry out proper designs, especially the drainage across this, within the town, the city, and also other places within the country. The water could not even move to where it's supposed to move because of the poor designs. Most of the places are flooded, so it's a challenge. That's a challenge I'm throwing to my fellow engineers, to carry out proper designs whenever they have to. I would like also to urge the members of this House to advise their constituents and especially the parents, not actually to let their young ones outside the markets, especially during these rain seasons, because we have several cases of where the young ones are drowned because of the negligence of the parents. So I urge the members in this House to pass the same message to their constituents. Now, when it comes to the emergency funds for making the roads which have already been damaged, we pass them in this House, but at the end of the day, we don't see the funds. So this is also a challenge to the government. After the rain subsides, we would like to see the emergency funds for the damaged roads to be availed to the constituencies and also to the counties. During these, we can have just preventive measures, like there are some people who have already been affected, and we would like the government to rescue all the people wherever they are. They can also provide the mosquito nets, even those who have been affected, who cannot access food. It's now the responsibility of the government, the national and even the county government for the same. I would like also to congratulate the Red Cross group for coming to aid during this moment, especially in my constituency and in Kaiti. That was during yesterday's visit by the CS Idiria. Lastly, when it comes to issues of getting to know where the areas, the affected areas, I would like to urge all the, especially in my constituency, all the chiefs, assistant chiefs, to report any problem or any incident where the people have been affected, so that as a constituency and as my office, we can take the possible measures to assist the affected. I take this opportunity to wish all the Kenyans and also my colleagues in this parliament Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year as they start their long recess.
The member for Tiati. Can I have your minute?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I was almost giving up. But I just want to say that I support the motion by Honorable Koyo, and I want to take this moment to condole the families of Kenyans who have lost their loved ones during these disasters. I went to West Pokot. I visited the families. I met one family that a lady who lost 7 of her children to the mudslides in the highlands of West Pokot. It's a very sorry state of affairs there. Let me take this opportunity to plead with especially the county government of West Pokot. Land has been identified somewhere in Kapenguria to resettle the families that live in the steep slopes of West Pokot. The families who have been affected are so traumatized, they do not want to live in the place where they have been living, and they are ready and willing to move as soon as possible. So I want to say that it behoves the county government of West Pokot to set aside only just 30 million Kenya shillings to buy that land. All the other Kenyans have done what they could, but the county government of West Pokot must set aside Kenya shillings 30 million to buy that land and resettle those families in safer places.
Very well said. The member for Funyula, a minute. That is my discussion. 1 minute. You've been here, your card has been here for long. Give him the mic. The member, yes, 1 minute. Use the next sheet.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, thank you. Let me again join my colleagues in mourning those who have lost their lives. The 132 recorded lost their lives. Honorable Speaker, the issue of floods has been a menace with us for many years, and with the climatic change, we expect more disasters. And I request that the national government that intervenes as soon as possible. The roads that have been destroyed, for example, in Funyula, the Matayos, Ganjela, Nangina road is not passable. Nangina's Galame Siopo is not passable because of water flow from Agenga Hills and the rest. We therefore ask for immediate intervention that once the rains have cleared, adequate funds are provided to help us repair the roads, and possibly ask the national government CDF board to do a special dispensation to allow us to repair homes of elderly that have been destroyed because of the heavy rains.
Member for Seme, 1 minute, because you're the last one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to, first of all, thank Honorable Koyo, and to pass my condolences to the people who have lost their lives, including in my own constituency, the people of West Pokot, the people of Nyan, basically across the country. Madam Speaker, what I would say, these are not unforeseen circumstances. It is a problem of lack of preparedness. We do not have the institutions that actually can have a rapid response and early warning systems. We used to have the National Operations Center, which was involved many departments. We don't know what it is doing now. Madam Speaker, what we say, we have to look forward in planning, have the institutions that can work. But for now, we call upon the government to actually move fast and have mitigation and support for the people who are affected across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, pursuant to our standing order number 28.3, the Speaker of the National Assembly did convey to us or notified the House on the recess and appointed the time when the regular sittings will resume. And from my behalf, on behalf of the people of Kibwezi East, I want to thank you, all the members of the National Assembly, for your contributions, for your support, and wish you all the best during your recess. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Members, the time being 7:04 p.m., this House stands adjourned till the Tuesday, 11th February 2020 at 2:30 p.m. Thank you from the Speaker's desk.